Intro noises. I am Rose Knight. I write nerdy things, or how does that... What was my slogan again? Or how do I start videos? I make nerdy things nerdier with D&D. Perfect intro. I have been busy this week. I did some stuff. I fixed my my stream layout. Look at that! Isn't that nice? I have everything back the way it should be. Yes. I don't know how the thumbnails are chosen for Twitch, so I
cute picture.
Thank you. I wanted Twitch to use this picture for like however they pick the thumbnail for them. I don't really understand that. But that's why that was up.
Nice.
Let's open up some Word documents and keep OBS open so that I can see chat and everything. Hello, welcome in everybody. So, I added some things, I changed some things around, I organized this to make it a little bit easier to follow.
I'm back from last time.
Welcome back. I didn't really write anything new per se. This is all just like, this is all of the red tools. I imported them into this page so that I can write stuff below them and start, so we don't have to waste time actually adding stuff from one page to the other. We can just say, all right, we're on level 3. This is what we're doing. Let's write stuff for each crest. Level 4, we don't have to worry about. Stuff like that. But at the very top of the page, I put in red ink stuff that I want to change or that I have changed. So to start with skills, I changed it from 3 to 4. I feel like as a skill monkey, I might change it back to 3, but I don't know. Something in me was just screaming, we need 4 skills. We need to be able to just do a lot of things with this class.
That sounds nice.
Yes. For Silk, I added something at the end. You start with 9 Silk at level 1, and you can gain an additional Silk every odd number level. So at level 3 you have 10, and at level 19 you'll have 18. And that makes sense because 18 is how many you have in the regular game anyway. Bind is going to cost 5 instead of 4 Silk, so you only have 1 bind at level 1 and 2, but as soon as you hit level 3, you'll have 2 again. So, that. The heal I reduced from a D8 to a D4, because it occurred to me that a D8 is already pretty high for a heal.
That sounds really fair.
Yeah, I don't know which part you're referring to. I don't know how far back the stream is compared to what I'm hearing, but D4...
Both.
Perfect. D4, way better than a D8, because D4 is the same you get for healing word. A D6 is what you get for cure wounds. If I give you a D8 to heal with, then it's really stepping on the toes of dedicated healing classes. So I swapped it to D4. I'll let you keep the wisdom mod to that. Since you're not healing other people, you're only able to heal yourself with it. I initially wrote just reduce this, but then I was like, I'm just going to put the number in myself. And so that's going to improve to D4
Made
at the same
D6
levels.
but can be different.
Made D6 but can be different? I think D4 fits better just because you're going to get subclass stuff along with your binding ability. You know, like most of the subclass crests bonus abilities are tied to the bind in some way. So I'm probably going to write it as such, even if they're not attached to the bind ability, like the Hunter crest. Or no, the Wanderer crest gets a bonus to crit if they have a full Silk spool. I might just write that as when you use your bind, you get a bonus to your crit. Something like that. But we'll see. I put it in red so that I can easily change it back if I change my mind, and I can keep track of where everything is.
Made it upgrades a little bit later to a D6 or D8.
Made it up. Changing the dice you use? I don't even know. That feels a little weird. Not a lot of D&D abilities change the dice that you use for things. Adding dice to it, I feel like, is the norm for the game, and not to say that you can't change those rules, I'm just going off of what D&D has done before. I guess, there are abilities that do change in dice over time. I think, what was it? Monk's Unarmed Attack, that changes from D4s to eventually D12s, I think, at the end game. But, like, it just slowly improves in power in that way. So it's not unheard of, I just
Made
didn't
at
do
level
that.
10 goes to 2d4.
For the bind, well, the spell improves by 1d4 at 5th level, 11th level, 17th, and 17th level. Which, these levels are not arbitrary. They're just, these are decided, it just matches how cantrips improve over time. So it does improve over time, it just doesn't, it's just not a D8 improvement anymore, it's a D4 improvement.
Okay, that sounds better.
Yeah. And that's probably how I'm going to do the rest of the Silk skills as well, is they'll improve over time like cantrips, but they're going to be slightly stronger than cantrips because they cost a resource. What else did I change? You gain shell shards equal to the challenge rating of a creature you kill, minimum challenge rating of 1 or higher to get one. I thought about that, and I thought maybe that's just a lot to keep track of, because
yes, that is really good.
I don't know if I'm gonna change it or not yet. We'll see how it feels when we get to like the end of the writing process and we start a first draft. But I'm thinking maybe just auto get shell shards during a long rest to simplify it, and then you can spend these shell shards on what essentially spells you want to have, but not spells, red tools you want to have for that day. Maybe. I might get rid of the deal damage to enemy, or kill an enemy to get item thing. I don't know. Because that's going to be weird if your party ends up killing an enemy versus when you kill an enemy, or if you get it from dealing damage to an enemy, then it feels like Bag of Rats problem where you can just have an enemy around and hit them whenever you need shell shards and keep them alive in some weird torture hell that you've created for them. But yeah, I don't know. We'll see. It's a weird ability. It's a complicated ability that doesn't transfer very well to a tabletop game.
The change would make it more simple.
The change would make it more simple, and it would balance it. I think it would be easier to balance, but it would also be different from the source material in a way that I don't know if people will like. We'll see. We'll see how it feels once we've written down what all of the red tools do and like how it balances with all of the other abilities in the game. I've also moved a few of these around, but I didn't put those in red. I put Silksong at level 20 instead of the crest ability, because I was trying to think like what the final crest ability would be, and I was thinking, well, it could be the complete tool list, but that doesn't feel like a level 20 ability. So I swapped those. They could be swapped back. None of this is set in stone. I think I put Everbloom and like I swapped these two around too. Mostly because I'm not 100% sure on what I'm going to do with Everbloom yet. I had ideas for it, but nothing set in stone. But we have some time. That's level 17. We have some time before I get there. Not that I necessarily have to write things in the level order, but it usually helps just to start going in level order. But yeah. For today, I want to start by... Oh shoot, I forgot to put Silk skills. Or where do we... where were Silk skills and everything? Did I not put it in? What level did we get Silk skills? Silk skills are level 2.
Silk skills level 2.
Oh, I see. I accidentally put level 2 here. My bad. Here, I'll just get rid of that. And scroll all the way down here. Level 2. There. Okay. And silk. Is it one word or two words? I'm losing my mind. 2 words. Alright. So, let's start just getting a rough idea of what we want to do with the red tools. A lot of them will be based off of spells or just weapons. Like, the straight pin, I was thinking this could be a throwing dagger, but with a higher range or something. Something that puts it above a regular dagger in some way. Just, it could be range, it could be... probably not damage, just because then it feels like, well, why wouldn't you just use a crossbow at that point? Or I guess the range would be like that too, but this is just throwing daggers that you can make. I was thinking, where was it? Where did I put Vestacrest? It wasn't this far down, was it? Vestacrest, level 14. I was thinking the polyp pouch could be...
Arrow damage or throwing dagger with a poison damage.
Right. But polyp pouch is what gives the poison damage, which is why you might want to use some of these red tools over certain, like, ordinary weapons that don't cost resources, is because you can add, like, special damage modifications at level 14 to them. But level 14 feels like a bit of a... like, you're going to be waiting a while before you can actually get to it. Which is fine, but I don't know. We'll see. That could be level 7 instead, though. Maybe? I don't know. We will see. I like where things are right now, but for now, let's say... let's go into Google and do D&D weapons. Let me see what daggers currently look like. Because straight pin just feels like a dagger, a throwing dagger. Let's see here. Bright light, bright light. Alright, so dagger is currently range 20 to 60. We could probably increase that to maybe range, I don't know, like, maybe like range similar to the javelin, where it's 30 to 120. And then just give it the dagger's damage. And then they break on impact or something, and they'll
Strike
be
pin
real...
that does an extra tick of D4 bleed damage every turn.
Bleed damage isn't really a thing in D&D. Or at least not in 5th edition. That's older editions. That's like 3.5 stuff, if I remember correctly. I'm not an expert on the previous editions. I'm barely an expert on 5th edition. I know a lot of the stuff, but I have to go back and look it up just to make sure that I'm not making mistakes all the time. But just as like a... let's say it has... here, let me...
Poison is a thing, just change damage type.
Poison is a thing, but straight pins don't do poison, and then that's stepping on the polyp pouch. The polyp pouch's toes a bit. You know what I mean? Because the poison, that polyp pouch just gives poison to everything. If straight pin already has poison to begin with, then I don't know. This is just like a ranged option for the class anyway, because we wrote it so that simple and martial, like the weapons that you're proficient with are simple and martial melee weapons, and then also red tools. So, like, you don't have a lot of ranged options anyway. I don't think...
make it able to go through some enemies.
Let it go through enemies? Like a line attack instead of a targeted attack. I don't know. Like, this is the first red tool. It's going to be cheap. It's going to be very easy to use. I think that making it, say, we don't need to make it anything fancy or unique here. We can just say it's a 1d4 ranged, and say it goes 30. So it doesn't even have to go to 120, but we'll just put it as that for now, because that's what the javelin is. 1d4 piercing damage with that range. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. And like then at the below that we can say it'll cost 1 what are the shell shard.
Deal D6 at 80 feet.
D6 at 80 feet. It's just better than the javelin. I don't know, because we have to remember, we'll have long pin at some point too, and then that's just an improvement. That's a direct improvement, isn't it? Weighted pin, formed a piece of tough shells. Is that the one? Is that the javelin one? I don't even remember. Because we have a lot of things that are just throwing weapons. That deal, like, that are unique in a 2D platformer, but I don't know how I'm gonna manage this in a game like D&D. Because what is it? Conch Cutter is gonna be real weird to adapt. I'm gonna have to be very specific about the wording of that one. Silk Shot's gonna be weird. I'm thinking of just making it a gun that has 3 different modes. Like a rifle that does, that's like a semi-automatic rifle that can do 1 shot, like a triple fast shot, or like, automatic. Not that the Silk Shot's gonna have those 3 modes specifically, but that's the best comparison I can think of.
By having different ranges and damage types.
By having different ranges and damage types? Not necessarily damage types. Like, the damage type might be the same, but it might have, like, a different effect on the battlefield. Like, Silk Shot Original is a focused beam of silk light, so that could be a line attack. Silk Shot from the 12th Architect could be a cone, could do a cone of damage. And then the Forged Daughter Single Shot could be, like, just a targeted attack. Like, they don't get a save, you have to beat their armor class. Sort of deal. And speaking of coned damage, I think Threefold Pin could do the exact same damage. We could say it cost...
Crap, I can't watch RN.
No worries, we'll have the VOD up on YouTube. Thank you very much. We will get through the red tools today, hopefully. I meant to, like, put up a GIF or something that said, like, stay on target, but I forgot to do that because I get so easily distracted. I think this one will be slightly better. It's still going to be 1d4 piercing. 1d4 piercing but with instead of it being just something that you throw out.
Hopefully we will finish the red tools.
Hopefully. I think that we can get through it. We have so much time. We have so much time to do this. Not ranged. 1d4 piercing cone. So this will go out to, like, let's say, I don't know.
It can hit 3 different people.
Well, it could hit as many people that are in the cone. So we'll say, maybe like a 15-foot cone. So that goes, like, what does a 15-foot cone look like? D&D 15-foot cone.
15 to 20 feet is good.
I feel like 20 feet might be a little too much for this to start with. Because, like, 15-foot cone, that's what this looks like for that. Hello! Welcome, welcome, welcome! We are currently writing the red tools as a semi-mock spell list for the class right now. We're just trying to decide what... We just started on it. We said that the straight pin is basically going to be a throwing dagger with improved range. Like, that makes it okay as, like, a sort of temporary thing. It's better than a regular throwing dagger, but it's, like, really cheap to make. 1 shell shard. 3-fold pin.
It should cost 2 shells. Nice.
It should cost 2 shells for the throwing? Because you only start with... Let's What are you starting with? You're starting with, what was it? No, that's the silk. Maybe, actually, because we're saying that you can start with 20 shells, but you also have to defeat enemies to get shell shards, too. I'm gonna balance it as if we are assuming you're fighting enemies for the shell shards. I can rework the numbers at any point. None of this is set in stone. This is just a rough draft that we can put out on the page, and I can modify numbers and exact wording later if I need to. So 15-foot cone.
2 for triple pin.
2 for triple pin? I was thinking 3, but 2... Just because it's an area of effect. Because you can hit more... Technically, you could hit more than 3 creatures with this. It's essentially like a shotgun blast of daggers. Like, you're throwing a bunch out all at once. And you're not just throwing 3, but it's still called the threefold pin. It's based on the threefold pin, but mechanically speaking, this is how we make it more similar to how it works in the game. Is just by making it a cone.
Yeah, you right.
Because when I write these things, I care more about the adapting it mechanically, giving it the same feel as it would in the video game, and not a literal translation of you're throwing 3 daggers out and at very specific angles. That works that works really well in a platformer like Silksong, but in a tabletop top-down view like D&D, you have to change the rules a little bit and make it in a way that anybody can pick it up, read it at a glance, and know what it does and know how to use it. You know what I mean? Sting Shard. What the heck was the Sting Shard? I need to, like, have the Silksong wiki open. Sting Shard was the trap, I think. Like, the first trap you get that explodes out. You can, like, set it and it just locks into place in the air. I'm pretty sure. Now you're gonna figure out I did not use tools enough when I played Silksong. I just used the needle.
Less damage fireball.
Damage like a fireball. Oh yeah, that makes sense. I think that this is gonna be one of the first thing that's gonna have like some very specific wording to it. Again, we want to adapt the feeling of it from Silksong, not the exact mechanics of it. I like Sting Shard. Sting Shard is fun. I'm pulling up the Silksong wiki right now just so I have access to all the tools. Red tools. Sorry, I'm pulling it up on my second monitor. Verifying that I'm human. Swear that I am. Red tool. Alright. Cool. Alright, and I did use the same order as the wiki, so this is going to be very convenient. Okay, yeah. Sting Shard, lethal trap formed of tightly bounded blades. Once placed, the trap will pierce enemies that come into contact. So we know it's piercing damage, if nothing else.
But you aren't human, you a Rose Knight.
True, I'm a plant, but the internet doesn't need to know that, or the internet that's trying to test that I'm human. I'm still working on getting rights for plant kind, but until then, I have to say that I'm human, just so that I can use the internet. Sting Shard. So, we can say that... Because this is going to be like a crafter type, like skill monkey-esque class, we want... Maybe this could be something like, you can set up a trap, and you can place it in a location, and it just stays there until somebody steps on it. And then when they step on it, it's like a minefield almost. Where, let's say... Well, this is exactly how it works in the video game, basically. But, like, I can't remember. Does it have a time limit in the video game, or does it just stay there forever? Because it doesn't say on the wiki if it's got a time limit on it. Or at least not on the initial page. Spikes, total, 5 hits, something about capacity, repair.
It should also activate if you hit it in any way.
I mean, I could write that in just to say that I wrote it in. I feel like a lot of that's for the traps, at least, could be self-explanatory of, like, you can detonate your traps from a distance in order to activate them, and I'm... Like, you could do it by throwing something at them, or by, like, attacking it, or you could or the DM could hand wave it and say, like, you have some way to do that.
Like you set it up and throw your dagger.
Right. So let's... How do I want to word this exactly? So we're gonna say maybe a 5-foot diameter.
Like fireball.
It's not... Well, Fireball is a 3rd level spell, so it's not going to be as good as Fireball, considering how early you get Sting Shard. So it's going to be relatively weak. We can stick with the 1d4 that we've been doing. We can increase that as time goes on. But 1d4 trap. Like, this is going to be your basic trap that you can set up. 5-foot diameter that... you can place or throw.
I have watched all of your videos. I really love them.
All of my videos? Even the secret ones? No. I assume you're talking about all my D&D videos. A lot of my older videos from my gaming channel are not quite as good. But I really appreciate you watching my stuff. It makes me very happy to read comments and see people saying that they're going to use them in their games and see what their take on everything is, because I'm
not as big or as damaging,
writer.
but fireball, and it should be a 10-foot ball.
10 feet? I don't know, because 5-foot diameter is 4 squares already. Right? 10-foot diameter is how many? That's going to be on a centered on a single point. 10-foot diameter is... I want to say that's like... Because it goes up exponentially. I'm trying to think, what is 10-foot diameter? Like, this trap is the way I want it to work is...
But
like,
it's
it's
very
your
low
first
damage.
basic trap. I feel like I'm stuttering so much today. Like, let's see here. 5-foot diameter... 4 squares, 1d4 damage to everybody within that area. You could get a few goblins with it, or a few kobolds, and take them out. And then a 10-foot square is, like, exponentially higher. Like, you immediately go to 8 squares. If you really want to, you could argue for these corner squares, too, with your DM, depending on what point you choose, because you don't have to pick, like, the middle of 4 points. You can pick a bunch of... points within the squares. You see what I mean? This trap is just your first basic one. Where was it? 1d4, 5-foot diameter that you can place or throw. Let's say you can throw it... It's not really like a thrown weapon in the same sense that the other weapons are. So let's say you can throw it... I'll be generous and say you can throw it 15 to... Well, no, this isn't... It doesn't accuracy base. You can just throw it 15 feet. So you can throw it in a point of your choice within 15 feet. I did not word that very well at all. Here, let me reword this. Can be thrown... thrown to a point of your choice within 15 feet. Within 15 feet of you. When activated, explodes. Let's say this is like not gonna be how it's written in the final version. This is just rough draft stuff. When activated, explodes in a 5-foot diameter. I need to learn to write. When activated, explodes in a 5-foot diameter, dealing 1d4 piercing. damage on a failed Dex save. How about that? Oh, I didn't say on what save this was either. Probably dexterity. Most saving throws are dexterity based for these, I imagine, for red tools. There's not going to be a lot of hypnotism going on, or charming rather. I'm just going to say dex save. How many shell shards should this cost? They're technically getting less range out of it than... Actually, let's say this is 2d4. Piercing damage. That way, if they do succeed on their dex save, it's not awful. Well, I guess this one's also 1d4. Actually, let's keep it... for these early ones, at least, we'll treat them similar... What is happening? No, go away. We'll treat them like cantrips. If they succeed on their saving throw, it might do 0 damage or something. We'll see. This could be 6. This could be 6. I'll say this one is 6. 1d6 piercing damage on a failed dex save, and it can cost, say, 5 shell shards. For now. This is all placeholders for now. Okay. Tax. Another trap type. How does the...
Difficult Turian and does 1d4 damage every feet you walk on it.
Ball. How does ball bearings work? Ball bearings 5e. Oh god, ball bearing golem. What the heck was that? Ball bearings. And difficult terrain, and does 1d4 for every 5 feet of movement you walk on it. That's good. That's probably what I'll end up doing. I'm just using ball bearings as like a base for it, because it already exists in the game, and I can just use the same wording.
Yes, that.
You can spill ball bearings from your pouch. They spread to cover a level 10-foot square area within 10 feet of yourself. A creature that enters the area for the first time on a turn must succeed on a DC 10 dexterity saving throw. I will get rid of the dexterity saving throw and just say that if you walk through it, you take a d4 damage. Or be knocked prone. We don't need the prone condition. It takes 10 minutes to recover the ball bearings.
It should not need to be level.
Is there any unlevel terrain in Silksong? Yes, there is. We gotta do research.
Stairs.
No, I was thinking of the slide down the mountain. Do I still have my mods installed? I have I pre-downloaded some mods on Cogfly just so I could get footage a little easier. I hope they're still installed. If not, then we'll have to... If the pins will stay on the mountain that you slide down, I will allow it. I will allow it. But if not, we'll see. Because they still need to be facing with one side up. It makes sense that if it's on a slope, it might not work correctly. The slope doesn't need to be perfectly level.
Pepper Spider is coming.
But there's got to be limits with it. Obviously, you can't throw it on a wall and say that it'll work. What? Oh, for a second there, I thought that the menu I chose wasn't the right one anymore. Alright. Let's see if my mods are still on, so I can just quickly no-clip my way to the mountain. I don't think there's a mod that lets you teleport in this game yet. Alright. What was... What happened? What did I do? Did I break it? I broke it. I broke it. I tried to hit the... No, wait for the program to respond. No! I broke it. Okay, good. I still have mods. Maybe. This is not the mod I was looking for.
Spider.
Close. What? Where? I know I had something for it. What was the hotkey for it? Okay, I don't have the mod I want, but that's fine. We'll just... No, get out of there. We will just fast travel and do this the old-fashioned way. Unless it's gonna be annoying. Wait, is it this one? Is it up or down? Oh, it's been too long. Can you not fast travel? What is happening? Or did I turn off my ability to fast travel with mods? Did I somehow break it? Oh, no, there it is.
You can't fast travel here.
You can't fast travel here? Lame. Alright. Now I gotta remember how to play the game.
I come with my minions.
Welcome! Hello, Ben! How's it going?
Raid.
I am still writing the Silksong class. We're just doing some testing. I need to know if a certain item works the way I want it to. Dang it, is it not? You can't teleport at all in this area? Oh my god, I'm gonna die. I don't remember how to get anywhere. Dang it. Alright, what was it? Hold down to go up. That's right. What a silly game. Alright, here's what we're gonna do. Quit the menu, yes. We're gonna cheat. We're gonna install some mods so I can do this quickly. Quit the game, yes. Alright, so Cogfly. It shouldn't take too long. And while that's happening, I guess we can look at other things. Attacks, skip you for now. Long pin would be javelins, I think, right? Is long pin javelin stuff? What am I doing? This is not... Why did I close the... Let me open a new thing. Silksong Wiki. And red tool. Alright, so... Yeah, long pin. This is the one I thought it was. Okay, good. And this is open. Oh, dang it. Profiles. 3 profiles. This is for recording. Which... I think it was this one. Let me make sure, though. Camera, debug... So, yeah, that looks right. Profiles. Launch. Yes. Okay, now I can cheat. Oh, wow, look at all that. Fancy. Welcome, Fiend. Welcome, 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 welcome. We are still writing. I just want to test to make sure the tax can be thrown on angled surfaces. That's all I want to know. We'll put it in the new game so I don't accidentally mess up my, my stuff. No, that's silly. Why would I do that? No, wait. No, why did I do that? That's dumb. I'm an idiot. I'm a fool! Because starting the game is difficult. From the beginning is difficult. I can cheat and get myself all the stuff, but there's like still the part of the game where it makes you walk super slowly through it. Please, let me pause. Let me leave. Okay. We'll do my regular save.
Can you just teleport out of the starting area?
Unfortunately, there is no map teleportation mod in Silksong yet, to my knowledge. I looked around for one, but I couldn't find one. So I need to use no-clip to move quickly through areas. And I'm pretty sure... There it is! Okay. Cool, cool, cool. Let me pause the game so I have no-clip and invincibility on. And... let's go ahead and... Is there anything else I need? I don't think so. Okay, we're good. Flying! This is the fastest way to do it. I just need to get to my Bell Beast so I can travel to the slab, I believe it's at. And then from there, I can see if we can slide. Actually, I could have just thrown it on there, but I don't have a bench near me anymore. Dang it! Well, no, wait, they would break on there, wouldn't they? Alright, is this the right way? I think so. Where's the elevator? I don't even remember. Where am I? Oh, cool, I have the compass on. I didn't even know that. Is that the elevator, or... I don't have a pin for the elevator on the map, apparently. Oh, well. Where am I? What happened? Oh, I broke it. Okay, there it goes.
It's to the right.
It's to the right? Oh, that's the lava way. Yeah, no, I'm not flying all the way through the lava canyon. No need to do that. We have a bell. We have a bell for this. Why are the loading screens taking so long? Is it because I'm moving too quickly with my no-clip? Alright, there's the chain, that's good. Enter. Rest. Alright, get off of there. How do I... There it is, okay. It's weird doing this with the no-clip on. Alright, get on. Oh, that's right. Did I not change the... I thought I changed the skin for the sitting down seatbelt sequence. I didn't realize that I forgot that part. Oh well. Alright, where the heck am I going? Where's the nearest, bell? Oh wait, I can just... Oh, no wait. Let me turn off no clip. Okay. Bell Beast. There we go. Now I can go over here, travel to the... I think the slab is the nearest one. I don't know if there are any other... if there are any other, like, hills in the game off the top of my head. I just know this is where the nearest one is. Let me get rid of that screen. Oh wait, I'm a fool. I need a bench. Oh, there's a bench on the way. There's a bench on the way, I think. So, yeah, there's a bench right next to one to the left. Let's do that one. All this for the pins. This way? Yeah. No. Up and then left. Oh, I've just realized I don't have my silk cocoon. When did I lose that? I must have... Oh, that's right, when I fought the lost lace. Alright, let's put on the... Where is it? Pins. It's up F. Right. I need to remind myself because I use tools so infrequently. And where the heck is it? To the right and then up. Alright. There we go. Here's a slant. I can't see them, but I think they worked. I heard the sound effect. They might be on there. I can't tell. Oh, goodness. Wait, was that them flying down the mountain there? I can't tell. Here. What are they doing? Like, I can't, we'll just say that they're working. We'll just say that, all that just to say that, yeah, sure, why not? They worked. The results were inconclusive. We'll keep this open for now, just in case I need to do other research. It'll make it easier. But, tax. Let's... Ball bearings, as an action, you can spill ball bearings from their pouch. They spread to... They spread to cover a level. within a 10-foot square, within 10 feet of yourself. Alright. Copy that. Make it a little bit easier on myself. You can spill tacks from their pouch. They spread to cover a 10-foot square area within 10 feet of yourself. Creatures that move through the tacked area take 1d4 piercing for every 5 feet of movement. I think that's fair. We can also make it difficult terrain. They spread to cover a 10-foot square area within 10 feet of yourself, creating difficult terrain. Okay, perfect. And how much should they cost? I don't know if they'll cost the same amount as the Sting Shard. Maybe let's call it 4 shell? Why do I keep pressing A instead of E there? 4 shell shards. For now. Placeholder, we'll figure that out later. For this, we can say that the long pin... How do I want to do this? Let me go into... Back into D&D weapons. We gotta start speeding up, because we gotta start speeding up, because I am spending too much time on things that don't matter that much. Alright, so let's say... I'm actually going to decrease the range from Javelin to Long Pin, because it does have like this weird arc to it. It does have a lower range than most of the thrown items in Silksong, but we'll say that it deals like 1d8 damage or something. 1d8 piercing damage instead. So it can have like the same range as the throwing dagger, and then in return it'll do a d8. Is what I'm thinking. We'll copy these just so I can have, just so I don't have to rewrite everything. We'll say 1d8 piercing damage ranged at 20 to... come back here. 20 to 60 feet. And it'll cost... We'll call it 3 shell shards. I don't know. I'm just throwing shell shards at the wall. I don't have any particular reason for it yet. Curve Claw and Curve Sickle. I kind of group them together. I don't know how I would make one or the other yet. It'll probably just be a difference in the cost for a bonus to the damage or something like that. This is where things get a little weird, because the pathing of Curve Claw is... It works in a 2D platformer, but how is this going to work in a top-down view D&D map? Like, I think it curving up and around, like the way it does in the video game, doesn't make sense for D&D. Curve Claw... Oh, I don't even know how to do this. How I want to word this. Here's what I'm thinking. It can be a line attack, but instead of it being a straight line attack, it's essentially just, let's call it, I don't know, I want to say 40 feet, line attack, 40 feet of connected squares, right? So, like, every 5 feet, you can say it keeps going straight or it curves in a diagonal direction or something. So, like, I don't have a grid to use. Just on me right now, but here, let me Google grid real quick. Grid image. Perfect. So let's say you're in this square right here and you throw it. You can say that it goes one square in front of you. It'll always go, like, you can always pick whatever square it starts on. But, or if you're in this square, rather. You can pick any of these 8 squares that it can start on. And then the next square it goes to can be... It has to keep going in the same general direction, so if it goes forward one, it has to either go forward right, or forward left. Like, it has to keep going in that general direction, and then, let's say you threw it forward left, you can then choose to make it go full left, full forward again, or another diagonal left. Sort of like that. I just don't know how to word that. To make it make sense. But that's what I'm thinking right now. And it's kind of this line attack that you can mess with a little bit. Like, you choose the line, which is why the line attack is generally... Actually, I'll even make it 30 feet. So it's much shorter than a regular line attack, but it can... It's a curved line. We'll call it curved line attack. And I will custom write what curved line attacks are. Like, that'll be its own separate rule set. Like, like, outside of the rules for curved claw specifically. So, I'll explain it in the video right next to each other, but they'll probably be put separately on the page, if that makes sense. So, curved line attack.
That sounds good.
Yeah. I just need to figure out how I'm going to write it. I explained it, but I explained it using visual stuff, and it just... Explaining it using visual stuff is a lot easier. Explaining it in words is going to be weird. Curved line attack, 30 feet, dealing, we'll say, 1d6 slashing damage. Making one of them could cost, I don't know. It has so much free control, and, like, creating a boomerang, essentially, that you can sort of control the direction of. It's gonna, like, I feel like that would be a bit more complicated. So, material-wise, it might not be that many materials, but the complexity of building this sort of device is why I'm going to say it's going to be 5 shell shards for now. Like, it's less about the actual material you're using and more so just about the expertise of designing and building it. And that's why it's that expensive. And it's, like, even if it's only 30 feet, this is, like, a very, like, well-controlled thing. And we can say, for, I don't know, for, I don't know, let's say, like, this is, like, for the curve sickle, so if we specify that this is curve claw, actually, rather, not curve sickle, and then curve sickle could be something like, same concept, same everything, except this one has, like, we'll say 40 feet, can do 2d6 slashing damage, so it's already just an immediate upgrade, but will cost, like, maybe not double, that would be kind of crazy, but will cost 8 shell shards. We'll say 3 more. So you're getting way more bang for your buck, for a lesser price. And we'll say, like, maybe this has a prerequisite. Or actually, I'll put it at the end here. Prerequisite. Let's see if I can spell this right on the first try. I couldn't. That's fine. Prerequisite of, I don't know, level 5. Placeholder. We'll say, we'll refine that later. But, like, you can, to make this improved one, you need to be a certain level. Throwing ring. Throwing ring is weird. That's a very late game item. I'm surprised it's so early in on this. It has bouncing abilities, right? It bounces off enemies and it bounces off walls. How the heck do you decide how an item bounces? Alright, so my brain immediately went to what is it? Let's go into spells, please. Computer. Load faster. Okay. My brain immediately went toward what's it called? It's a lightning spell. I'm pretty sure it's chain lightning. Chain lightning. You create a bolt of lightning that arcs toward a target of your choice that you can see within range. 3 bolts then leap from that target to as many as 3 other targets. Each must be within 30 feet of the first target. So I'm gonna rewrite this to be a little bit weird. But this is essentially, like, this is a similar enough ability that I think the wording of it works really well. So if we just take this part. 3 bolts leap. Target can be a creature or an object that... A creature or an object, I do like that's already built in, and can be targeted by only one of the bolts. So, let's copy that and put it in just as a base to work with. You throw 1 ring. That then leaps from that target to as many as, we'll say, 2 other targets, each of which must be within 10 feet.
Is it just me watching you?
It might be. I'm not sure. I'm not looking at Twitch's thing, and I don't have the number of viewers on for my OBS report. Like, I'm looking at OBS when I'm reading things. Hello, Error! So, sorry if my stuttering and my uhs and ums are a little annoying right now. I did not get enough sleep last night, so I'm a little out of it. Each of which must be within 10 feet of, not the first target, but how do I want to word this? Of the target before them. I'm gonna rewrite the wording to be
you're good.
more elegant later, but that gets the idea across. The target that was hit before them. So it can bounce up to 3 times, essentially, or it can hit up to 3 targets. A target can be a creature or an object. So let's say you want to hit like 2 creatures, but they're more than 10 feet from each other. You can bounce the ring off of one target to hit, like, I don't know, a rock or a tree or something, and then have it bounce off that tree to hit the second target. To, like, get that sort of distance that you need to get. A target can be a creature or an object, and can be targeted by only one of the bolts. I know, we don't... That's kind of irrelevant. So this "and" part doesn't make sense. So that's what we're working with right now. We'll call it 5 shell. Like 5 is kind of my default right now. My brain is stuck on that. 5 shell shards. You can deal. Should this be slashing or bludgeoning damage? I'm thinking bludgeoning, just by the fact that it's bouncing off of creatures. It'll be our first bludgeoning weapon, and we'll base the shell shards off of how much damage it does. Let's say if it's doing a d6 of damage, of bludgeoning damage, 1d6
blunt force weapon.
Yeah. If it's doing a d6 of bludgeoning damage, I would say that it's targeting 3 creatures. How do I want it to hit them, though? Should it be a saving throw? Here, I need more information. Or should it target each individual creature's AC? So if it, say, misses if you roll below the AC of one of the creatures, it doesn't bounce off them correctly, and then the attack ends early.
Then 2 dex saves.
I think 1 attack roll, and you have to, like, essentially how it will work is you roll to hit once, but once you roll to hit once, but once one creature's AC is too high. Spelling. Okay. Once one creature's AC is too high, the attack ends. I think is what I'm leaning toward right now. Changing the way it works mid-attack feels weird. If I'm gonna do dex saves, I'm gonna do all 3 are dex saves. But I want this to be a sort of accuracy thing. You're essentially throwing Captain America's shield right now. You need to be accurate, which is why I want it to be on the player's end to see if it hits or not, and not on your opponent's failing to dodge out of the way. That's my reasoning. We'll call it... I still want to call it 5 because you can target 3 separate targets with it at max, which is 3d6 total damage. 5 feels even a little low for that, but we'll call it 5 for now, because of the high risk, high reward of the ability, or not the ability, of the red tool. Like, it can miss the first guy and then it ends. Like, then you hit nobody.
Hey, it's your class. I'm just throwing things out there.
Thank you. I appreciate the extra ideas. Because even if I don't use things right now, I could go back and change things if I feel like, oh wait, that was actually a really good idea, let me change it. Or if I feel like that ability might work, or that wording might work a lot better for this other ability, or this other skill, or other red tool, or spell, or something. Honestly, that's how I do a lot of my writing, is I will write stuff and then immediately go, while I'm like, right before I go to bed, or while I'm in the shower, or like those moments where you're just kind of thinking, my brain will go over what I wrote and decide, oh wait, I just thought of a reason why this doesn't work, because you're gonna give bind abilities to subclasses, so it shouldn't be a D8 of healing. A D8 of healing...
How do you get shards again?
How do I get shards? Right now it's written, you gain shell shards equal to the challenge rating of a creature that you kill. So I might reword that to be like that your party kills, that your allies kill, so that you're not, like, you don't have to necessarily get the final hit in, but I honestly might just go, maybe you just automatically get shell shards, and then you get to spend those shell shards during a long rest to choose what items you get.
And what level do you unlock the discs?
At what level? I haven't decided anything like that yet. I'll probably write these in the same format as... Here, let me... D&D, homebrew... Do I have pre-made item? Yes, I do. Perfect. Oh, wait, that's a Photoshop file. It'll take a second for that to open. But I'll write these probably as a... Wait, no, why did I do that? Not as an item, but as a spell. I do have a default spell, too. Let's open that, too. That's what I was looking for. But, I'll write them as if, like, with the same blocking as a spell, essentially, is what I'm thinking. How it's going to be formatted for the page. And when I get there to that point, I will know for certain if there's going to be a prerequisite level for something. So, is this... Oh, Ring of Earth and Stone. Would you look at that? That's my default, apparently. Summon Static. So it'll have, like, a casting time, range, all this stuff. It'll be formatted just like this. Right now, I'm just doing bullet points, just so I can get the idea out on the rough draft page. I'll refine it later. It'll be like level 2 red tool, and they'll all be like red tool category. at higher levels. I don't know if I'm gonna do anything with this. Like, you can expend... Ooh, actually, that could work with the curve claw, curve sickle type thing. Right? Like, that'll... like, at higher shell shards, you can expend more shell shards to increase the damage to make it a curved sickle. Something like that. We'll see. Roll to hit once, but once one okay, yeah, I like the way that works. Pin Pillow, that one is very interesting. Now we're getting into, like, Fireball. This is the real Fireball territory. Fabric pouch filled with volatile material explodes on impact with enemies, or when ignited by its fuse. So, this is a timer bomb, essentially. We don't need this anymore. Oh, I'll probably pull that back up later, but there... Oh, I have 2 weapons. I don't like having so many different bookmarks things open. Not bookmarks. My brain isn't working. Where are we? Pin Pillow. This one. Okay. Okay. How the heck do I write the Pin Pillow? How far down the list are we? We're getting pretty far down the list. So I might do this as, like, 4d6 or something instead. Because as we go down the list, I do want them to improve in power. We'll keep it at 1d6 for now, and then I'll decide what goes at what level later. I just know that I want them to be d6s. This might just be Fireball. Honestly, I might just give you Fireball on this. It feels a little lazy to do that. Or not Fireball. What is it called? There's that charged Fireball ability. Fire. Create bonfire, fire bolts, fireball, wall of fire. It's like Orb of Flame or something. Sword, Chromatic, Forbidden. No. Where you can, like, set it and then control when it explodes. But it does basically the same thing as Fireball. Flame Blade, Flame Front. Produce Flame, Investiture, Flame, Green Flame. Where the heck is it? Spark? No. Like, does it not have fire in the name? I thought it did. Firebolt, Fairy Fire, Delayed Fire Block. Okay, I just read over it. Level 7. A beam flashes from the point of your finger, then condenses to linger at the chosen point within range, 150 feet. We're not going to do 150 feet. I think regular Fireball is like 150 feet too. It's kind of crazy how big the range on that is. It's a glowing bead for the duration. When the spell ends, either because your concentration is broken or because you decide to end it, so you end concentration on it yourself, the bead blossoms with a low roar into an explosion of flame that spreads around corners. Each creature within a 20-foot radius sphere centered on that point must make a dexterity saving throw. A creature takes fire damage equal to the total accumulated damage on the failed saving throw. Or half as much damage on a successful one. Blah, blah, blah. 12d6. We're not doing 12d6 fire damage, but this is basically the rules I want this to work by. Is like, you can set a timer for it. It's not going to be your concentration that controls it. You will set a timer for up to 1 minute. You can decide the amount of rounds the timer will be set for, and then you throw it, and then as many rounds that go by, it'll explode with, like, an amount of fire damage. It could be 8d6 like the regular fireball, or it could be less than that, or more than that, or whatever. Probably not going to do more than that. This is not primarily like a blaster type class where you're going to be doing the bulk of the damage, but it'll just have a lot of different things you have access to. So how do I want to write this? I feel like I wanted to copy and paste that, but I feel like the wording on that is not quite what I'm going for. You can set... How do I want to word this? Dang it. Him... Pillow. You can set him pillow timer for up to 1 minute. When the timer goes off, the him pillow will explode in a, let's say, 20-foot radius. 20-foot radius. This is big. This is a big explosion. Dealing, say, we'll call it 66 for now. It's 2 less than the ordinary fireball. But we can always adjust that later. 20-foot radius dealing 66 fire damage. And it will cost way more. We'll call it, like, I don't know, 10 shell shards.
15 feet radius.
15-foot radius. Why 15? Why 20 too much? Or you just want to make it a little bit weaker than the regular fireball? What is regular fireball? I think it has... Is it also a 20-foot radius sphere? I'm pretty sure that the delayed blast fireball is exactly the same as fireball, even in terms of damage. Because this is level 7, so you're increasing the damage about as much as you would expect for this one, the regular one. 20 foot, yeah, 8d6. 8d6? Wait, is that right?
Fireball is 6d6.
Fireball is 8d6. Plus 4, so yeah, that's right. 12, so 12d6.
Never mind.
Yeah, no, Fireball is insane. Fireball does so much more damage than you'd expect it for a 3rd level spell. I think, not Call Lightning, but Lightning Beam, or whatever it's called, does the same amount too. Oh, maybe it was called Lightning. Lightning... Is this the line attack?
6d6 is too much damage in 20 feet.
20-foot radius, it is an insanely powerful spell. But the biggest weakness of it... Oh, it's only does 3d10. Huh, I thought that this was more. Or maybe Call Lightning is a different spell. Stormcloud. Yeah, no, this is a different spell than what I'm thinking of. Chain Lightning, Lightning Arrow, Lightning Bolt. Like, what is the lightning line attack spell? It does the exact same amount of damage, but it's a line instead of a circle. And it's just like, it's just lightning damage instead of fire damage. It's an insanely powerful spell.
Lightning Bolt.
Is it Lightning Bolt? Huh, I thought Lightning Bolt was something else. 8d6 lightning damage, yep. 100-foot long, 5-foot wide blast in a direction of your choice. That is insane. You could... that is 20 creatures if you get them in a line. I mean, I think that's still less than the... Yeah, that's still less creatures than what the fireball can hit. But I think there's more creatures that are resistant to fire anyway. Both those spells are so strong. Okay, so 10 shell shards. That means that you'll be able to make 2 of these at level 1. So I'll probably do prerequisites. I'll probably do things that are... Alright, so here's what I'm thinking. I'm gonna write a... I'm just gonna make the... I've decided. Auto get shell shards during a long rest. So you don't have to fight enemies for them anymore, but as a balancer for that, you can't just make whatever you want. You don't have access to the whole red tool list. You have to be a certain level to make certain things. I'm essentially making a mini spell list for this class specifically. That's what we're gonna do. I'll figure out the wording on that later, because I don't want to get too into the weeds on something we already did. I'll just do that off camera. Unless I decide to change my mind. Conch Cutter. Conch Cutter is very similar to the rings. It bounces off of things. And it... Like, the gimmick of this in Silksong video game is you throw it at an angle, and it just ricochets off, but it stays at a weird angle the whole time. It's like it stays in that sort of diamond shape. So what do I want to do with Conch Cutter? I have no idea. I don't know. I don't know. Conch Cutter's weird. Do I do piercing damage or slashing damage? Because it's a drill. Piercing makes the most sense. It's piercing into the thing, but slashing in the sense that, like, drills kind of do both. They slash their way into a piercing position. I'll probably do piercing. But
Piercing.
there's so much... Everything is piercing for this. Everything, except for Pin Pillow and the throwing ring and the curve sickle. Everything has been piercing otherwise. Conch Cutter. What do I want to do with Conch Cutter?
It.
Oh, why was your thing restricted? I just realized that we had a comment that was restricted. Why is that? How do I fix you? How do I make it so it's not restricted anymore? I don't know how to fix this. In any case, I'll just read it aloud. We had... Well, no, why are things are popping up on my thing? Let me read. What was that? Okay. So, Never Seen Sunlight says, I know I'm a bit late to say this, but the bind isn't healing enough to be viable use of your action or silk at high levels. So, I agree with it being an action kind of sucks. I will change that. That I agree with fully. I didn't think of that until you mentioned it. Thank you for telling me that. I will keep it at 5 silk still, because the reason for that is by 3rd level, what is it? Where is it? 3rd level, you get unique binding abilities, and by that I mean, if I just pull open the other Word document, because I have more specified information here. If I go into... So, Hunter's a bad example, so we'll go with Reaper. Hornet's attacks become larger but slower. After binding, striking enemies will temporarily produce silk fragments that restore a small amount of silk when collected. Beast, when using bind, Hornet will instead enter a fury state. Like, the bind isn't just going to be a heal. Depending on the subclass you choose, it will give you a bonus ability. Wanderer is a little weird because it's when at least a bind's worth of silk is held, Hornet gains 2% chance to deal crit damage, or to do a critical hit. That I'm going to change to be like, after a bind, you can have an increased chance to land a critical hit for a certain amount of turns. Something like that. So that's how that's going to work. So I'm thinking of just connecting everybody's ability to their bind, instead of it being a variety of different things. Hunter class is so weird. After evolving it, so that's after you get the Vesta Crest, I believe, completed, Hornet's needle damage increases after a number of hits in a row without taking damage. Like, it's... So that I'm just gonna make, like, when you bind, you do extra damage when you hit things. Temporarily. Like, because... I mean, I guess I could do it the way it normally works anyway, too. And the Hunter class can just have a normal heal ability. I don't know, because, like, not getting hit in D&D is impossible. You really can't... Like, there are spells that will guaranteed hit you. All over the place. It's very difficult to charge up enough hits in a row to make this viable. So attaching it to the bind instead, I think, makes more sense. Yeah, I'm talking myself in circles. I'm just going to do what I said I was going to do earlier. But that's why the bind is as expensive as it is, and why the heal is not very good. A D4 plus your wisdom modifier
For wonder you
is fine,
crit
I
on
think.
19 and 20 for 5 turns.
For 5 turns? I was thinking for like 2 max. But I guess I could be convinced of 5 turns. 5 turns, or for 1 minute. No, maybe not a minute. I don't know. We'll see. I just realized I'm leaning my head so much. My little VTuber was just in their scarf. I don't pay attention to what the little guy is doing most of the time.
3 turns.
3 turns? I could honestly be convinced of a minute, just because you have a higher chance to crit doesn't mean you're going to be able to take advantage of that. So getting it for a minute means that if you get a +1 to your crit chance, then at least then you might get that. you might crit 10 times in the next minute, or you might crit once, you might crit 0 times still. It's all based on luck, which is kind of what the Wanderer is all about. It's a very luck-based subclass, or luck-based crest. What were we talking about? Conch Cutter. Conch Cutter is so weird. What do I want to do with Conch Cutter? So, when it hits an object, it changes direction. Alright, so 60-foot line attack that changes direction on hit with an object? Maybe? Does Conch Cutter change direction when it hits enemies, or does it just hit them and then kind of stay on them? I think it stays on them if I remember it correctly. The wiki will tell me. Conch Cutter. Is there a little animation for it? There is. Perfect. Alright, so it doesn't look like it bounces off of enemies the same way it does off of walls in the floor. It just goes through them, which is a line attack. That works. And we'll say 60-foot line attack that changes direction by 90 degrees. I feel like adding that's not a D&D thing at all, but we're kind of adapting a thing that that wouldn't function normally in D&D anyway, so we have to be a little weird with the rules here. By 90 degrees on hit with an object. With an object... maybe not object, on a hit on a structure. So, like, it can't bounce... Maybe it can't bounce off of, like, a tree, but it can bounce off of, like, a building. We'll keep it at... How about this? A object or structure.
Make a sleight of hand check.
Object or structure. Why am I making a sleight of hand check? What am I doing? Am I pickpocketing somebody? We'll say it costs another 10 shell shards, placeholder.
To see if you get the angle right.
To see if you get the angle right, you want to do a skill check. Skill check in the middle of an attack.
Yes.
I don't know. There's a lot of... Because what happens if you mess up the skill check? Does it just go at a different angle, or does it not bounce off of things at all? You know what I mean? Like, that feels so weird. And, like, this is a very gimmicky way to use this item.
Goes different.
The way, like, I know I'm writing it so that it can do, like, this really cool, like, change in direction, 90% of people are just going to use a 60-foot line, like the 60-foot line attack normally. You know what I mean? Unless they're like in a hallway that's like 15 feet wide and they just throw the thing out at an angle so it like bounces off of the wall a dozen times or something. That would be interesting. "60-foot line attack that changes directions by 90 degrees on when it..." Let's change the wording a little bit here. I just thought of something. When it hits...
Just thought it would be better than a stagnate 90 degrees.
I don't want to overcomplicate it. I could go into like the nitty-gritty detail of it when I'm writing the spell stat block, but for now I'm just getting the basic idea onto the rough draft, and like the start of the numbers of it. 90 degrees when it hits an object or structure at an angle. Alright. The reason for that is if you hit a wall dead on...
Seems good.
If you hit a wall dead on, why would that change direction at 90 degrees to follow the wall? You know what I mean? So if you have to hit a wall at an angle for it to work the way, and that way. Okay. I want to keep moving on. I want to get through the red tools before I don't want to spend the whole video on just red tools, and a lot of these feel a little samey. Silk Shot. We are going to... This is all going to be one item. So Silk Shot will probably be an item that you craft, and then like the stuff, like the individual pieces of it, like the ammo that you get is what you can shoot out of it, essentially, is like the difference in them. So like you build the device and it's something in your inventory that you just have forever, and then after that you build specific ammo to create the different sort of effects for it, is what I'm thinking right now. So keep that in mind as I write these stats for that ammo type. This one is going to be a Silk Shot focused Silk Light Beam. Could be the... We already have Pim Pillow for the Fireball. This could be the Lightning Bolts. So it could be like the 100-foot line attack that deals...
For the other knights of the Rose Table here, please comment.
Radiant.
Please, we want your ideas.
What was that? For the other Knights of the Rose Table. Oh, absolutely. I mean, I understand if people aren't super comfortable throwing ideas out there. Truthfully, I am a relatively harsh critic. If you say something that I don't believe will work, I will be honest about it, and I'll give you a reason why I wouldn't write it the way that you did. But just throwing your ideas out there and seeing what sticks is a part of the fun with this. I can take criticism really well. That's why I upload my ideas onto YouTube. Although a lot of people tend to enjoy it, I do get a lot of really good points in my comments that say, hey, this is why this ability or this thing doesn't make sense. Why would I fall prone if 3 levels prior or 1 level prior you wrote that I was immune to being prone? This doesn't make sense for my... one of the most common comments in the Hollow Knight class. Big mistake I made for that one. But that's how I learn and how I grow as a writer. I feel like I'm ranting now. Please comment and enjoy the fun, or if you just want to listen, that's cool too. I think that watching people write things is really fun, but I'm a little biased. Alright, 100-foot line attack that deals 66 radiant damage? Radiant damage feels right for the Silk Light Beam. It feels like a very holy attack. Like, what is silk in this context? It feels like raw magic. You know what I mean? Like, silk is what the weave is made of in this context. So radiant damage, I'm gonna stick with that, and we will go with, like, I don't know, for one of the ammunitions for this could be, I don't think it'll end up being 10 shell shards. I think it'll be a different number, but I'm writing 10 as like a little note to myself that says this will cost a lot. This will be extreme, or it will be a high level item. It'll be difficult to use this regularly. So that'll be that. And I mean, you could put all of your shell shards into 4 shots of the silk light. That works if you want to metagame it and you want to just use your highest damage thing. That works. Or you could diversify your shell shards and make a bunch of everything. You have to make them during your long rest, and I'm thinking that maybe your items will, for lack of a better word, will basically disintegrate during your next long rest while you're making your new items. Like, you can't make a bunch of stuff in bulk. I will get into, like, the specifications of how I'm going to write that later, but that's what I'm thinking right now. Just as a way to balance it, and you can't just wait a week and have 1,000 of one item. Triple shots.
Pimpolo and Silk Shot feel like Fireball and Lightning Bolt.
Yes, that is the, that is what I'm going for. For those two. Those two specifically are going to be just insane damage-dealing abilities that can hit a bunch of creatures all at once. It's slightly weaker because it's 66 instead of 86, so you're not fully stepping on Wizard's toes as, like, the big blaster-type archetype, but you have the option to sort of lean into it a little bit. You're definitely not going to be able to throw it out as many fireballs as a wizard can, if nothing else. 12th Architect is the triple shot, so it shoots out 3 bullets that each do a small amount of damage. So what I'm thinking is, I don't want to copy the straight pin and 3-fold pin too much here. Like, this isn't going to be just a direct upgrade to those. I want it to have a different feeling. So let's not do cone, 15-foot cone, and let's not just do, I don't know. Well, the Forged Daughter might just be that, because it's like, it's a rifle at that point. But how about this? What do I want to do with this? For the damage type, 12th Architect and Forged Daughter. I need to... I don't know. I might want to come back to this. How about this? Alright, how about this? Both of these... Let me cut that. Both of these use the same ammo type. You can just choose to in between doing, like, I don't know, 1d6 versus 3d6. So, like, if they're both the same bullet, you can go between the two. It's like casting it at a higher level, essentially. You're using more ammo to do more damage in one round. And then this one is like a supercharged ability for the gun. Like, you can charge up the shot and shoot 1 bullet, and it does a line attack and radiant damage or something. Or it's a special type of bullet, but these 2 bullets are the same. That's what I'm thinking. So... we'll say as an attack action, you can fire your silk shot using
Man
one...
Hornet be taking everything for the magic casters.
Why is... We're gonna see into infinity for a second. Why is this not published to chat? Why are you not able to see your stuff? It says restricted. Likely ban evader. What are you talking about? I haven't banned anybody in months. Like, I swear I'm not trying to do this. I'm trying to fix it, but I don't know how. Here, let me open up... let me open up my, No, wait, it's actually in this one. Let me open up my Twitch and see if I can fix this. Creator dashboard. Because I'm bad at reading comments. That's why I have text-to-speech to begin with. Not creator dashboard. Let me just go to my channel. Because I might have more access to changing things. Let me mute the stream before it starts playing stuff. Dang it, you're not even showing up for me on here. Why aren't you showing up for me? Maybe it's just because I just now, opened it. Taking everything from the magic casters? I don't think Hornet's taking that much from magic casters. I just haven't, I need to go in and change some stuff. Hornet's definitely not going to be as much of a damage dealer as most magic casters. And I do want to, like, change things so that she's, using more traps than anything else. As an attack action, you can fire your silk shot using 1 to 3 ammo.
She just took the Artificer's arcane guns.
The Artificer's arcane guns? I haven't read Artificer. If I'm writing things that are similar to Artificer, I apologize. I am not trying to steal anything from Artificer. I have not read Artificer. I assume it's very similar to Artificer, because Artificer makes magic items, and, like, they're a crafting type class. You deal damage. Let's say you deal D6 damage equal to the amount of ammo used. So it, like, is one attack. You can fire the gun and it'll use as much ammo as you want out of it, but, or up to 3 ammo, so it does up to 3d6 damage. And then from there it'll, like, the risk of that is, like, you can still miss the attack, right? You can use all 3 bullets on one attack, but if you miss it, then you've wasted 3 bullets. Meanwhile, if you only use 1 and you do hit, then you've only done 1d6 of damage. Or maybe not d6. We'll go with, like, d10 or something. Just to make it, like, a really good weapon. 3d10 seems strong, but I like that. We'll say that each bullet costs 5 shell shards per bullet. And then these things are, like, extra expensive for the Silk Light Beam. Yeah, let me reopen this. Account created 28 minutes. Oh, that's why it thinks you're a ban evader. Your account was created 28 minutes ago. So it's like, okay, there. Oh, I figured it out. Aha, I can fix it. I can fix it in OBS. I figured it out. You can now comment never seen sunlight without it blocking you. If you are a ban evader, don't comment.
Let's go.
I'm an actual streamer. I did it. Delver's Drill.
More people.
What the heck do I do with Delver's Drill? Oh no! What do I do?
Let's
go. So this is going to be a melee attack, right? It has to be. It has to be a melee attack that just, or a cone attack? No, melee. It only targets one creature. Because, like, it's not a platformer anymore, so landing on top of a creature doesn't make any sense. It would be such a niche item that it wouldn't even be worth building on your long rest, assuming that you can't assume you're going to be able to use it if you need to land on creatures' heads to use it, if that makes sense. Or
there aren't many ways to get above people in D&D in the first place.
right, like you need a flying ability, so that it just doesn't work. Or you need to just have an extra jumping ability, which is weird and doesn't make sense. Like, if I were to make it a land on a creature type ability, like, there are monsters that have abilities like that. If I go into monsters, and I go into, what's it called? It's like a, what is it? It's like the best jumper in D&D. It's a shark that swims through rock and stone. And, what is it called? My brain is forgetting it. How could I forget it? It's one of my favorite monsters. I love this thing. What is wrong with me? No, oh, bullet. It's the bullet. It's one of my favorite monsters. How do you spell bullet? I know it's not like, it's spelt weird. I remember that, but I don't. There it is. Bullets. Alright, so Deadly Leap. If the bullet jumps at least 15 feet as part of its movement, it can then use this action to land on its feet in a space that contains one or more other creatures. Each of those creatures must succeed on a DC strength saving throw, or dexterity saving throw. I thought it was strength. Target's choice, or... oh no, it's both. Never mind. Target's choice, or be knocked prone, taking this much damage. So this could work if I reworked it a little bit as something this item can do. It could work as like a super jump ability. Weirdly enough. There are rules for it, but I don't know. It feels weird to just randomly give you a super leap with an item. Like, how would the Delver's Drill, how would I justify it? How would I justify this ability coming from an item? I don't know. I don't know how I would... like, my brain is going, like, what if it gave you a burrow speed, and instead of landing on top of a creature, you're burrowing up from beneath them? Oh, actually, now that I've said that, I kind of like that. Alright, so you're not landing on top of creatures anymore, but you're digging up from underneath them. I like that. This item grants...
that would make sense considering that it's a drill.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, I'm excited for this now. Okay, this item grants the user a burrow speed of, I don't know, let's say 20 feet, or should it be... burrowing is always weird, because you don't want to make it too fast, but making it super slow makes the item kind of unusable. This item grants the user a burrow speed of, we'll call it 20 feet for now, and I can be convinced of 30
Man, I
later.
wanted to be playing like Kirby in Smash Bros.
This item grants the user a burrow speed of 20 feet, and will break after 100 feet. We'll call, just so you can't burrow forever without attacking something with it. It's still a weapon. So you get 5 turns to move with it, and then after that it breaks. Or actually, because your red tools break at the end of each day, and you have to make new ones anyway, we don't need to add that. That's fine, actually. I'm fine with a player using this to just gain an infinite burrow speed by making one Delver's Drill that they never use to attack creatures. Because I assume that I'm going to write it in a way that says, like, the drill will break once you've used it as an attack.
People can still attack you when using your burrowing speed.
That's true. I didn't think of how will other creatures attack you when you're burrowing. I didn't think of that. Well, technically you do need to come up for air. And that's up to DMs to decide how long they can stay down there for. So, actually, I really like this concept. Okay. Now I'm rethinking everything, because all of these have been weapons so far, which does not make for a very good skill monkey, if we're being totally honest. What if we... Oh, this would take so much work. What if each thing had a secondary...
As long as the burrowing movement doesn't provoke opportunity attacks, it would probably work out.
True. Okay, and you can't... I was creating a problem in my head that didn't exist. My brain was like, oh, if you burrow down, you can just avoid enemies for the whole fight. But then it's like, wait, then you're underground and you can't attack other creatures anyway. So, no, that's fine. That problem doesn't exist. I'm just dumb. I was overthinking it. This item grants the user a burrow speed of 20 feet and will break after being used on a creature. We'll say that it doesn't break until you use it as an attack, so we'll get rid of that. Grants the user a burrow speed of 20 feet. You can burrow up from below creatures, dealing... I don't know, 3d6 piercing damage. Dealing 3d6 piercing damage. Let's say they have to roll a dex save or something. On a failed dex save.
More piercing.
More piercing. Only piercing. This is the piercing class, apparently. On a failed dex save. I know how to spell piercing, don't worry about it. But I really like the concept of giving players bonus, like, utility skills with their items. Oh, I should have been doing that this whole time. Oh, shoot. Like, Conch Cutter kind of has a utility, because it can bounce off walls. Pin Pillow has a weird utility, because you can set a timer for it. But I hadn't been thinking of it as utility type stuff. I was just thinking of it as like, this is just how you would adapt this thing. Like, how would I give straight pin a where is it? All the things are blending together. Straight pin. How would I give that utility? That doesn't make any sense. Threefold pin. That doesn't make sense. Sting shard is a utility thing in and of itself because it's a trap that you set. I don't know. But well, that's something I'm gonna keep in mind from now on. I might go back and rewrite some things over the course of the next week before next stream. We'll see what I do. But I'm excited. It's cool. Alright. Is there anything else I need to write for this, other than the shell shard amount? Or I'll call it 10 shell shards. I don't know. It should cost a lot. But it's just an item that gives you an ability that you can use. It gives you an additional movement type. That is really good. Okay, that's good. Cogwork wheel. What the heck is the cogwork wheel? I don't remember this item. I don't remember this item at all. Alright. Silksong Wiki. Oh, I deleted the Silksong Wiki. You're seeing into infinity. I'm sorry. I didn't mean for that. Silksong Wiki. Red tools. Oh. There it is. Okay, it was weird. It doesn't auto, search for it for you. Where am I? Oh my god, how could I forget the cog wheel. Cogwork wheel. Alright, so this thing is gonna be slashing damage for sure. What the heck? How does this thing work? Oh, it goes up walls. This thing has a climb speed. That's weird and interesting and cool. So, here's what I'm thinking, just by looking at that. My initial thought was, oh, what if it was like the
We love to see it.
What if it was like the conch cutter? It's a line attack, but instead of bouncing off of objects and going 90 degrees, it just has a climbing speed. No, that's boring, that's lame, that's lazy. Let's go with something more interesting. I am pumped. I have all of my energy, my sleep-deprived energy right now. Alright, so, cog work wheel. And it's probably because it's right next to the cogfly that made me think of this. Is essentially a mechanical creature you can summon for 1 minute. So you pull it out, you throw it on the ground, and it basically goes. It's almost like you have a remote control car that you can basically control to go wherever you want it to go. As an action, you can control it or something. And it can just drive into creatures and do slashing damage all over them, and it has a climb speed. That is what I'm thinking right now. Mechanical creature you can summon for 1 minute as an action. You can move it up to, I don't know, 30 feet. It has a normal movement speed, and it can climb on, and it has a climb speed, and I'm just gonna write, and it has a climb speed, and it has a climb speed. Yeah, that's fine. I'll write it better later. Let's get when it, I don't know, when it comes into contact with the creature. Let's say when it shares a space with a creature, it will deal, I don't know, 2d6 slashing damage. Slashing damage. 2d6 slashing damage. Let's say when they enter their space and at the start of cog war, or at the start of your turn. And at the start of your turn, because you're controlling it with an action. It is sort of a summon you can control, but it doesn't have its own turn in the turn order. It's just something that you can control as an action. So, like, if you drive it into somebody's space, you can keep it there. It can stop, but it'll keep slashing at them and grinding at them. And that creature can move out of that 5-foot square and move somewhere else, or it can stay there. Like, I'm thinking almost like a mobile, what is it called? I just thought of this. I don't need you anymore, bullets. Spells. Cloud of Daggers. Alright, so almost like a mobile Cloud of Daggers. Creature takes 4d4 slashing damage when it enters the spell's area for the first time on a turn, or starts its turn there. So, like, it can deal the damage under 2 different circumstances. Yeah, so basically that. Cube of 5... You fill the air with spinning daggers, and a cube 5 feet on each side. I'll probably copy some of this and paste it into this at some point, but I like the wording of it that it has right now. I'll do that later. This has to be like 15 shell shards, though. This thing has to be so super expensive. It's so good. 15 shell shards. Crazy expensive. We're getting into the crazy expensive stuff. Cogflies. Another creature thing. I don't know. I didn't even give it any special thing. It's just a weird thing that you can summon now. Okay.
Stat block time.
Stat block time. I will write a stat block after rough draft. That is that's first draft stuff. First draft is when I go into Photoshop and I start, like, I get all of, like, the font correct, like, and, like, all that stuff is correct. But there will be a stat block. You better believe there will be a Cogwork Wheel stat block. It's just going to be real weird. Cogflies, I think, will get their own turn in the initiative order. I think they're their own thing. They can have they can have a turn. I think they don't need to work in the same way Cogwheel does. So Cogflies, creature, another creature. I should word it the same way I worded the other one. Mechanical. Keep bumping my mic. I'm sorry. Mechanical creature you can summon. Summon for 1 minute. That takes their turn directly after you. Alright. What if... I'm going back on it now. What if Cogwork Wheel worked like it takes an action to... You can summon as an action, but then to control it for every turn after that was a bonus action. So, like, you can do other stuff on your turn, and this thing is just going wherever you want on your bonus action instead. Maybe that's too strong, maybe that's too much, but I like that. I don't know why I made those caps. That doesn't make sense.
Too strong.
Too strong? Okay. Yeah, you're right. You're right. I'm making it I'm too good. Alright. I doubled up on as an action there, but it doesn't matter. Mechanical creature you can summon as an action. As an... I was going to say as an attack action, so you can summon multiple of them if you get multiple attack actions, but no, that's too much. As an action for 1 minute, that takes a turn directly after you. What do I want to do? Just as like a very basic stat block. I'm not going to go into like its actual stats just yet, but like it will have a slam attack. It has a fly speed, that one's obvious. And anything else that can be unique about this. Because right now it's kind of boring if all it does is slam into things. Like it's an extra slam attack. I could make it glow, like give it a flashlight, maybe, attachment? No, I don't like that. And that feels way too similar to the Soul Familiar stat block that I wrote for the Hollow Knight class at that point. Which, there's another mistake that I wrote for that specific stat block. I wrote in its description that it glows like a dimly for 15 feet or something like that, but I never put it in the actual stat block. I just put it in the description. So that implies that the creature, when you summon it, it can glow, but if you find it out in the wild, it doesn't glow. I don't know. That was a mistake nobody called me out on either. Like, that was one of the ones I just got away with but I noticed it later on. I need to fix that at some point. Doesn't matter. I'm getting distracted. Stay on target. Stay on target. Okay. So, those are the two main things about this. It has a fly speed, and it has a slam attack. Is there anything else that it can have? I don't know. I don't know if it can or should have anything else. But we're gonna go on to... How much should this cost? I think it should cost less than the Cogwork Wheel, because that's probably gonna do less damage, and you're gonna want to throw like 2 or 3 of them out at a time. Actually, let's say max of 3 out at a time. That way you can have, like, let's say, like, you can have, like, a bunch of them, like, you can have 3, but their abilities are so simple that it's, like, they're just kind of there to fill out your roster. Like, you have more turns on the field that you can use. Obviously, it can use the basic actions. I'm not going to specify them, like, dash, hide, like, pick up an item, that sort of stuff. So they do have utility outside of combat. Yeah, I think that'll work. And we'll call it 10 as a placeholder. So you can't have, like, a bunch of them over the course of the day, but, like, you can have a few of them. Rosary Cannon. What do I do with you? A gun that shoots coins. Okay. Okay. Rosary Cannon. We'll make it a 1...
Give them a pistol that uses 5 gold as ammo.
Here's what I'm thinking. One-time build. So, you build this once, and once you have it, it's yours for the rest of the game. But whenever you do use it, like, it will cost money. Like, it uses currency, something valuable. It's like almost, I don't know how I'm gonna write it yet, but you could literally put gold or platinum in as like the ammunition for it, or you could like pray to a god or something, and you are sacrificing your wealth to increase the power of the weapon, right, for a single shot, or something like that. I don't know yet. We'll see how I write it later, or how I justify it later. But for now, I'm thinking like. Damage depends on coin type. So we'll say, like, a copper can do, I don't know, a D4, and silver does a D6, and gold does a D8 or something. And we'll say that it's silver's 2d6 and gold is 3d8, and it just goes up exponentially or something crazy like that. And then platinum is 4d10. Platinum 5d10. 5d10 feels better. Let's do that. 48, 3d6, 2d4. Copper feels too cheap. Let's keep that at 1d4. And then these can be, like, doubled up. So the gold can be 48 and platinum can be 5d10. I think. Maybe? Yeah. Yeah, I think that makes sense. I'm going back and forth on it. But that can be, like, the basic damage, and we'll say that it's, like, a gun that does, like, a range of...
6d8 for platinum.
6d8? What would... Hold on, let me see averages. Dice calculator. What are we talking about for difference? 5d10 is...
Better average.
Has 27.5... And what was it? 68? And this has slightly less average. But they're around the same amount. I don't think I need to change it. They're so similar that I don't think it matters. That, like, it's 0.5 more on the 5d10. But they're close enough. What was the... While I'm here, actually, I'll say... What is 4d8? Is 18, and 3d6 is 10.5. I do like that, and 2d4 is obviously 5. So yeah, let's do that. 2d4 3d6, 48, and 5d10. Range of 120 to 300 feet, and deals piercing damage. I want to give every reason to use this.
5 coins per shot.
5 coins per shot. So I'll do that. Damage depends on coin type. 5 coins per shot. What if it's like, to build these bullets, like something about the way you're making these bullets, you have to melt down your money in order to make them. You have to spend the silk shards to maintain the gun, I guess. Like, we'll say, so maybe not one-time build. You have to maintain the gun on a long rest in order to use it. And then for the amount of money, like, this thing has to be expensive, but if no, actually, I'm going back on it. One-time build. Once you build the gun, it's yours forever, and then you can melt down coins to shoot them. You still have to do it during your long rest, so you can't just have infinite bullets depending on how much gold or coins you have. But, like, I don't know. I think that's a good way for the rosary cannon to work. Piercing damage or bludgeoning? I feel like we're using too much piercing. I'm gonna go with bludgeoning. I know it doesn't make sense, but bludgeoning. It doesn't make sense. Piercing. It has to be piercing. It doesn't make sense as bludgeoning. Unless it's a giant cannon. It could be a giant cannon. It could be a pirate, like, ship cannon or something.
Let's go.
If it's a pirate ship cannon, though, it would take way more than... What does the rosary cannon look like? What are we looking at?
We love to shay piercing.
Everything is piercing. Piercing only class. I'm genuinely upset about only using piercing. Rosary cannon. Okay, so it's like an arm cannon. I could honestly do bludgeoning. If it's an arm cannon, it kind of makes sense if it's bludgeoning. If it's, like, kind of big. Alright, bludgeoning damage. And it's just this giant cannon that you just melt down precious metals to use. Volt Vessel Spear. Oh boy. Let me look at the whatever the gift they have for... I have not used this once. Let me close this. I'm not... It's just making my... I'm sure it's just making my stream run slower or something. Volt Vessels. Alright. Let me see what these look like. Alright, so that's the spear. I know you can hit it too to shoot it off at an angle, which is gonna be weird. These ones are circle area of effects. This one is a tube area of effect, which is kind of different. I don't know. Oh, I don't know. Like, these ones feel really obvious on how you can do it. You throw one, what are they called? Bolas? You throw a bola, and when it hits a creature, it breaks, and I don't know. How do you control the how do you control where the bolas land after they break apart? Because you can't control where they land in this game either, not super well. So is that sort of just like a chaos item where you throw an electric bomb out in the field and it breaks into 2 bombs when it hits a creature or object, and you just roll a d6 to decide, or a d8 to decide what direction it goes in?
Maybe this one could be a sleight of hand check. Yes.
Again, I don't think I'm going to use skill checks to use some of these. It just doesn't feel right to use to have a skill check in the middle of combat for your weapon to work correctly. The weapons should be consistent enough that you're not afraid to use them at a point of failure, other than you have failed to hit your target, or your target successfully saved against it. Adding in extra reasons for it to miss, I don't know. It just doesn't feel right to do that.
Please, chaos.
I do like the chaos idea. So you throw the bola at a not at a target. At a point within 30 feet of you. Let's say 30 feet of you. How do I want to word this? When the bola hits... when the bola lands... Or do you need to hit a target, actually? You throw the bola at a target within 30 feet of you. Yeah, I might go back and forth on this, but for now, let's say you throw the bola at a target. Because a target can be a creature or an object. But if you just throw it at the ground, it probably shouldn't work that same way, just because it is a bola. If you don't know what a bola is, I think it's like those things with two balls at the end, and you throw it at somebody, and it wraps around them and ties them up, is what they're supposed to do. But this one breaks on purpose. You throw a bola at a target within 30 feet of you. On a hit, the bola breaks into two... Why did I write two that way? Into two electric bombs. That will... I don't know, that will bounce in a random direction. Bounce in a random direction 5 feet away from 5 or 10. Because 5 feet feels really close. Let's say 10. 10 feet away from the target. Alright, I've changed my mind again. Bola at a point. Because then it feels like, oh shoot, well if you miss your target, then it won't break apart and the whole thing falls apart. And there has to be a saving throw for when the bombs go off. So I'm not going to make you roll to hit for then a saving throw to be, to make it half damage. So you throw the bola at a point within 30 feet of you on landing. The bola breaks into two electric bombs that will bounce in a random direction 10 feet away from the point of impact. Roll a D8 to decide the direction. Any creature within, let's say, how big do we want the explosion to be? There's two of them, so there's two explosions going off. Any creature within 10 feet of explosion must make 15 feet. Oh, that feels so mean. Because then, like, so many creatures will get hit by both. Any creature within 15 feet of an explosion must make a Constitution. I don't know why. Constitution saving throw or take 2d8 lightning damage and become stunned for 1 round. Just to give it some more extra utility. I know stunned is like the worst condition in the game, but I think when players use it, it's fun. And when if DMs out there want to use the Volt Vessel against players, they're going to be miserable. I think this is cool though. I like the way this works. Roll a d8 to decide the direction. Any creature within 15 feet of an explosion must make a Constitution saving throw or take 2d8 lightning damage and become stunned. On a failure. On a success, you take half damage. Because that is how D&D works for some reason. It is impossible to... Unless you're a rogue, it's impossible to guarantee that you won't ever take damage. Or, no, not even rogues, because rogues only get their dodge ability for dexterity saving throws. No, nobody is safe from everything. Volt Vessel Spear. I feel like this is more direct on what it does, which makes it more boring. Obviously, we can, there's no random roll for it, which makes it a lot less fun. I don't know. 15 feet. That's a 30-foot diameter. Or not. Yeah. No, 30 foot, there's 30 foot for... Yeah, that's fine. This is fine. Everything's fine. This is maybe 10 feet. Maybe I'm going a little overboard with it. Let's make it 10 feet. Because you can get caught up in your own explosion. I don't want to... I don't want anybody to like, get hit by their own bola too often. So let's decrease the range. I think that's better. On a success, you take half damage. Alright, what was I going to say? Volt Vessel Spear. Volt Vessel Spear is very similar. It's a... what is it? Not a cone. A cylinder of stuff, which cylinders are very rare in D&D, but there are, like, rules for cylinders, for spell types, for spell area of effects. That does exist in the book, I'm almost certain. So that's fine, but... do I want it to work that way? And I already know that these... if they hit water, they instantly explode. I'm not gonna write that in here. We'll see how that works later. I don't know. I'm thinking this will cost... I don't want them to cost 10. That feels like a lot. But also, 5 is way too low. Let's call it 8 shell shards. As a general... hey, it's random. You could get hit by your own thing. Your allies could get hit by it. This is like the problem with Fireball, but to the point where you can't control where the fireball is going to land directly. That's insane. It's gonna hit so many of your friends. Oh, that's so bad. Oh, that's really good. I like that. Volt Vessel Spear. When you want to be lame and you want to control where your damage deals, you can throw it. You throw the spear within 30 feet. Within 30 feet of you. And then, within 30 feet of you. On landing. Landing on... Alright, how about this? You choose a point within 30 feet of you to throw the spear. I do want since you are controlling exactly where it's going, and you're using both of the Volt Vessels attached to it instead of just one, I will increase the range for it. So, you choose a point within 30 feet of you to throw the spear. Each creature within 30 feet of the spear on landing must make a con save. I'm abbreviating because I'm being lazy. Must make a con save or take... I want the damage to be comparatively less. I want there to be a reward for using the bolas. So, like, it's more chaos. We'll say that each one is 3d8 lightning damage, and then this one on its own is 3d8. So you get potentially double damage on creatures if you use this, but it's chaos and you could hit friends. And this one you can control where it goes. Let's call it 20. No, wrong number. Each creature within 20 feet of the spear on landing must make a con save or take 3d8 lightning. And be stunned. On a failure. Alright, so it works very similarly, because they work very similarly in the actual game. Volt Vessel Bola is going to be chaotic and crazy. I'm going to laugh a bunch when I am writing the script, because I'm going to make fun of people who don't go with the Volt Vessel Bola and go with the spear instead. If you're lame, you'll use the spear and control the battlefield. But if you're cool, you'll have two bouncing grenades going all over the place, potentially killing your allies. Be cool. Kill your allies. And we'll say that this costs 6 shell shards. And a little bit less, because it's boring. I don't know. Nah, 8. We'll say they cost the same. They should cost the same. Flint Slate. Temporarily grants fire damage to your melee attacks. So, this one feels pretty self-explanatory. I don't want to limit it to fire, though. Limiting it to fire damage feels not as fun. Let's say... Oh, no. Oh, no. I just thought of something real dumb. What if... So what if all the elemental stuff, you could choose the element for it? Like, this doesn't necessarily have to be lightning damage. It could be, like, I don't know, thunder damage, and creatures will become deaf. Or it could be fire damage, and they'll go... Or not fire... radiant damage, and they'll go blind. Fire damage, and they'll lose their sense of smell and taste for a week. I don't know. Something weird. Something weird to think about. I'm not going to write it all right here, right now, but... I'll just say different elements create different debuffs. And I'll leave it there, at that. I will put it in both so that I will definitely see it. Alright, but Flint Slate. Grants temporary damage. We could say a bunch of different things. We'll say that you basically... On activation... Yeah, on activation, you gain... I don't know, like 1d8 of a damage type for 1 minute. 1d8 of a damage type for 1 minute on melee attacks. Let's specify melee attacks, because I don't want you to, like, use this and then suddenly your rosary cannon is dealing an extra d8 of lightning damage or radiant damage or something. On activation, you gain 1d8 of a damage type of your choice. You don't choose the damage type. I really like the... I'm going full chaos on Volt Vessel Bolas right now. I feel like if you can't choose what they're doing, that's hilarious. Okay, this is not set in stone at all. I might just erase that later, but I'm I'm having ideas for this. I'm having a lot of ideas for it. On activation, you gain 1d8 of a damage type of your choice for 1 minute on melee attacks. And it can cost, because it's like, that's kind of insanely powerful. Actually, even better. On activation, you gain, you can enhance one weapon. So this means with 1d8 with 1d8 of a damage type of your choice for 1 minute. So this makes it less of a, oh, your melee attacks are going to start doing extra damage, and more of a, I can give my ally like an extra 1d8 fire damage, or I can give an ally 1d8 extra necrotic damage, something like that. Like, this gives it way more utility. Like, you are now buffing your friends and not just yourself. And if you say, let's say, like, a flint slate costs, I don't know, 8 shell shards. Now I'm stuck on 8 shell shards. Then you can make a bunch of them and possibly just give them out to your allies. As an action. Let's say as an action. As a bonus action. We'll say as a bonus action. That way, if you use it on your weapon, on your turn, you can use it on your weapon and then immediately attack with it. That feels fair. That feels more fun. That way you're not like, oh, I need to do lightning damage. Let me just put it on my weapon. And then you have to wait until your next turn, like 20 minutes later, to use that weapon. That feels kind of lame. So we're going to make it a bonus action. Snare Setter. Lays a silk rune that ignites when foes come into contact with it. So another trap. Another trap type ability. We will say that you can place a... Let me see here. Spells. Rune. What's the rune spell like? There's a rune spell, right? I thought there was. Maybe I'm crazy. I thought there was like a... What is it called if not rune spell? It's like a... Circle of Death, Circle of Power, Magic Circle? Is that it? Is that what I'm thinking of? For whatever reason, my brain was telling me, the spell you're thinking of has the word circle in it. You create a 10-foot radius, 10-foot tall cylinder of magical energy centered on a point on the ground that you can see within range. Glowing runes appear wherever the cylinder intersects with the floor or the surface. Choose one or more of the following types of creatures listed. No, this is not what I'm thinking of. Creatures can't willingly enter the cylinder. No, this is not what I'm thinking of. So I was totally wrong on that. Magic, magic circle, magic stone, magic... What am I thinking of? Counterspell? I have no idea. There is a spell that I want to base this off of. I just cannot remember what the heck it was called. Was it an elemental thing? Absorb elements, conjure elemental, conjure minor elemental. No. No! No! So essentially the spell I'm thinking of, what it does is you basically put a rune, a magical rune on a surface, and it becomes like a trap, essentially. When creature, like, you can make the trigger for when the rune activates whatever you want, and when it activates, it basically just does a spell that you encoded into it, that you can just put there. I just don't remember what it's called. I don't know. I don't play I don't play wizards enough. I'm pretty sure it's a wizard spell. I can filter by wizard spell, make it a little bit easier. The wizards have like the largest spell list. I have no idea how I'm gonna find it. Ending mental prison message, mislead. What the heck is mislead? It's a 5th level illusion spell? Caster becomes invisible and creates a double... Oh, that's cool. That's interesting. Oh, I'm gonna need this. Oh, I'm gonna need this. Oh, wow, I didn't even... mislead. Where is it? Where is it? No, it's not. It's none of these. It's, what was it? Let me go into... Hold on. Let me pull this back up and go into the Silksong wiki. So, which one was it? Memory Crystal. I'm gonna use that for Memory Crystal. Oh, that's perfect. That is actually perfect for Memory Crystal. Like, you just create a double, but then the double explodes when somebody tries to attack it. I don't know if I'll turn you invisible for it, but that seems like the wording that I want to use for it. I'll just have to remember. Mislead. Mislead. Remember that. Everybody remember that. Don't let me forget. Modify memory. No. What the heck was it called? It's not a rune. Another word for magic rune. Glyph! Glyph! It's glyph. Oh god, it was driving me crazy. Okay. Glyph. No, I didn't mean to do that. That's fine. Go away, Twitch. I'm no longer... I don't need that one anymore. I don't need this anymore. Yeah, I think that's everything. That's everything I'm gonna do. Alright. Glyph! Oh god. I think that's, though, it'll be so bad if that's not what I was thinking of. Yep, this is probably what I was thinking of. Look at how... Oh, look how much stuff is in here. Alright, so when you cast the spell, you inscribe a glyph that harms other creatures, either upon a surface, such as a table or section of the floor or wall, or within an object that can be closed, such as a book or scroll or treasure chest, to conceal the glyph. The glyph can cover an area no larger than 10 feet in diameter. If the surface or object is moved more than 10 feet from where you cast the spell, the glyph is broken. The glyph is nearly invisible. I'm not going to have it be nearly invisible, I don't think, but this is basically what I wanted it to do anyway. This is perfect. What level spell? This is a 3rd level spell, so that'll determine... Like, this is essentially you get the glyph spell. You decide to trigger the glyph... Here, let me... Spell snare setter. Paste. Look at it, I did it. I wrote a thing. Sometimes I just base things off of other things. There's no reason to reinvent the wheel for some of this stuff. But that's a good starting point. I'll probably change some stuff as I go through, but I'll do that later. You decide what triggers the glyph when you cast a spell for glyphs inscribed on the surface. a most typical trigger, including touching or standing on the glyph, removing another object, covering the glyph, approaching creature, blah, 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 that's fine. You can further refine the trigger so the spell activates only under certain circumstances. I'm not going to do this. This is not something I'm going to do. You're not going to get to specify what the glyph does. It'll essentially, what this is going to be is like a magic wand that lets you cast this spell, but it has like a preset, when things touch it, the same thing will happen every time. It's not going to be a wand, but that's basically how I'm going to write it. Like, you get to decide what triggers it, but you can't, like, go into, like, the hyper-specific detail of, like, when a specific creature with certain physical characteristics use it, then it activates. Because that feels like that's really stepping on Wizard's toes. I don't want it to be the same exact thing. I don't want it to be as powerful as the Wizard's version of it. Explosive runes, when triggered, the glyph erupts with magical energy in a 20-foot... Yep. This is basically what we're gonna do. Spell glyph, you can store a prepared spell. We can't... Obviously, you can't have a prepared spell for this. Ooh, but actually, what if you could put silk skills in it? That'd be interesting. We might do that, actually. That would be cool. Yeah, why not? I'm being very lazy right now. I'm gonna go in and rewrite it later, but for now, this is what we're gonna do. Actually, what if we did just the spell thing? Like, you can set a glyph, and it is basically the use of one of your silk skills. Like, it can act like it can be a ranged silk skill for you. That'd be interesting. I don't know. We will see what I do with it later, but for now, I'm going to leave it at that, and it will cost $1 million. Just oh, dang, I didn't do that. 1 million shell shards. No. We'll say it costs, like, 15. This is going to be a really expensive one to use. Well, for one use, though. Per thing. And it's another trap you can set, and I kind of want this class to be able to set traps. But it has so many different uses, it'll do a ton of damage. We'll call it 15 for now. I will refine that into something else later. Plasmium Phial. Injecting the liquid allows one to gain health beyond their natural limits. So, this one feels like a certain item I've already written. So I'm not, again, I don't need to reinvent the wheel here. Homebrew, feats, Hollow Knight charms, first draft, pages, charms, final draft. Oh my god, so many things. Where is it? Could be any one of these. I think it's page 5. It looks like it's page 5. Aha! Lifeblood! When you drink this potion, you gain 2d4 plus 4 temporary hit points. For the next 48 hours, you will regain temporary hit points. Every time you take a short or long rest, the potion... It's a vibrant brew. No, that's not what I was looking for, but that's cool. That's fine. Yoni's Blessing. But basically, yeah, it'll be a potion you can drink. It's not going to be a potion in Silksong class case. It'll probably be like an item that just makes you healthier for some reason. And it can still have, like, the life seeds swimming inside of it. Like, you need to find those to put them in. Or you don't need to, but that's how I'm going to write the lore around it, is you find life seeds around you, and you put them in this plasmium phial, and then you inject it into yourself to gain temporary hit points. It won't recharge on a short or long rest, because it doesn't work that way in Silksong like it does in Hollow Knight. And yeah, it's like it's a one-time use, or a one-use item. You use it and you gain temporary hit points. And we'll say like you can gain. We'll say you gain like a lot of temporary hit points, but like we'll say you get like 15 or something, or you gain 2d6, 2d6, or maybe even 3d6. Nah. 3, like, because healing potions are always d4s for some reason. So I want to keep that at least consistent. So we'll say you gain 4d4 plus... How much was it here? You gain 2d4 plus 4?
Damn, I'm the only one watching.
That's fine. I'm not playing video games. I'm writing a D&D class. It's getting into, like, the nitty-gritty numbers of things. I wasn't expecting the 10 viewers I had last time, to be frank. And, yeah, like, this... I'm not really doing this as, like, a way to be a famous streamer or anything. I just enjoy writing it, and I figured, I want to do multiple projects at a time. How do I split up the time that I'm writing one thing or the other? Ooh, I know. I'll write one thing once every Sunday for 4 hours, and then another project the rest of the time. So I want this to give you more temporary hit points than what you get at a base level from the other item, just because it doesn't recharge. So it'll be 44 plus 8, I guess. 44 plus 8.
What part are you on?
I'm on the Plasmium file. You gain 44 plus 8 temporary hit points, so like plus 2 for every one die you're rolling. Temporary... Oh god, I'm spelling everything wrong. Oh gosh, I'm fat fingering everything. Temporary hit points. Yeah, you gain... Yeah, I think that's pretty self-explanatory. I don't...
Are you going to include the Easter egg?
Next. Oh, you mean when you use a bunch of it all at once? I don't know how I would write that. Well, actually, let's reduce this. Because you can use a bunch of them back to back. So we'll say 2d4 plus 6 plus 4. Plus 4 temporary hit points until your next long rest. You see, the thing about temporary hit points is weird, because in D&D, you cannot stack temporary hit points. Right? So I don't know how I would need to change a lot of rules in order for this to work the way you want it to. I know I can. Anybody can do it. It's not hard. I could just say, using the Plasmium file multiple
No, you can stack in base
times.
D&D.
Stacks. No, you cannot. So, temporary hit points do not stack in base D&D. I don't know exactly where in the books it says that, but you can only have one source of temporary hit points at a time. That's like one of the bigger rules of it. You're thinking of older editions. Like 3.5, you could have a lot of temporary hit points, but a really funny old rule for D&D, it might have been an even older edition than 3.5, I actually don't remember. But an old rule of D&D is if you had temporary hit points equal to your regular hit points, you would just explode.
Yeah, they can stack from one source.
They can... Well, you can have more than one temporary hit point. Like, you roll your temporary hit points from one source, and that's what you get. But if you add a second source on top of that, you have to choose between the two. You can either keep your current temporary hit points, or you can swap over to the new source. So, like, if somebody casts, I don't know, Hero's Feast, I believe, has... Wait, where's Hero's Feast? Why? Oh, I'm still on only Wizard. Hero's Feast. Oh, I didn't hit filter. My bad.
Why would they change that?
Just for balance reasons. Like, they don't want people to just keep stacking temporary hit points on temporary hit points. Until you are, like, you have 50 extra hit points than you should. And so, like, the DM doesn't have to then create encounters for your new hit points and assume that you're going to have them. Like, from a DMing perspective, it's really hard to decide what to throw at your players that will be a challenge if their hit point total is in constant flux by massive numbers. Increases... Oh no, this increases your maximum...
They go away
2d10.
after a long rest, and you have limited sources.
Yeah. But, like, if you have a bunch of players that can cast spells that give you temporary hit points, then... Heroism? Does Heroism give temp HP? Yeah, it does. It says it right there. If you have a bunch of people who can cast Heroism, a level 1 spell, or you have any like who can cast this? Does it say? Bards and Paladins. If you have a Bard and Paladin that's like level 20 or not level 20, if that's level 10, they have basically 100 of these that they can cast, and they each befriend gains temporary hit points equal to your spellcasting ability modifier. That's like assuming you have a 3 as your modifier at level 10, or even like 4 at that point. Then you cast it as many times as you can. That can get really ridiculous, especially if you go to a Bard's College and you just say, "Hey, everybody at the Bard's College, all of you cast Heroism at me at the same time." Then you can have like 100 extra hit points, you know? If you just keep stacking NPC's ability to cast spells, it becomes ridiculous. Which is why I like the very old rule of, like, if you have your maximum HP and temporary hit points, you just explode. You're too healthy, you explode. That's a very old rule. But I always thought that one was really funny. But I could write it in a way that's like using Plasmium File multiple times, stacks... multiple times increases the amount.
New home rule unlocked.
Temp HP with each use. So, like, writing it, this is a bad phrasing for it, but just saying that it can stack, I can definitely do that. I can just say, hey, you can stack these, it's fine, and now if you get 20 temp HP or more, if you gain 20 temp HP or more, you can regain 1 temp HP per round, maybe? Per round at the start of your turn until you run out of temp HP. I mean, that just like throwing rules at the wall and seeing what sticks.
1d4 temp HP.
Yeah, if this is how it's going to work, I would do 1d4 plus 2, not 2d4 plus 4. But then you would need to roll... That means you get 3 minimum. So maybe I would do, instead of 20, I'd do 15 for that. Because then if you roll minimums, you'd still have to use 5 to get it. On maximum, though, like, that's 6, 12, 18, you still need to use 3 to get there if you're rolling maximums. So I feel like that's fair. And this is going to cost a lot. This is going to cost you, like, 10 shell shards each. Like, this is not going to be cheap. Maybe it should be, because if you only make one, it's not very useful. You almost have to get the regeneration effect to work in order for it to be worth it. We'll call it 8. We'll call it 7. 7 shell shards. Needle file. This is basically the plasmium file, but it's a little different. It's a little weird, honestly. To pierce its target, the needle file must first be charged to full tension, and like the effect it has, it makes it so other creatures can't regenerate. I'm pretty sure.
Yay, more piercing.
Nah, this one's gonna be bludgeoning or slashing damage. What do you mean? No, I'm joking. So let's say this is another. This is another item that you just get permanently. Like it doesn't use a resource if afterward. I feel like I'm missing something. This is not all of the red tools. I'm definitely missing something, aren't I? Yeah, I'm missing a bunch of stuff. That's nowhere near the end. No, this is blue tools. What did I miss? Flea brew!
Gonna die to a slime cause you can't do anything to it.
Is there anything else I missed? No, okay, flea brew. I missed flea brew. Dang it! How did I miss flea brew? Sorry, I was distracted. Gonna die to a slime because you...
How could you?
How could I? I know, it's... The fleas, they're like my favorite characters. They're great. I even noticed immediately. I was like, I'm at the end. No, this isn't the end. I'm missing one. I know I'm missing one. Which one is it? Alright, so Fleaver. Is that even how you spell it? I don't even know off the top of my head. Yes, okay, good. Fleaberoo! Another weird alchemical thing. I mean, the lazy thing to do here would be... what is it called? The, not dash. My brain is going dash action, but that's just something anybody can do. What is it called when you're moving faster? The speed boost. What is
Breaking Bad Hornet Edition.
Exactly. What was it? It's the most common spell. It's one of the most famous spells in the game. How could I forget it? Why is my brain dumb? My brain's bad at being good at thinking.
Haste.
Haste, thank you so much. Haste. Haste is level 3? I didn't know that. Choose a willing creature. No. You can see within range. No. Till the spell ends, the target speed is doubled. It gains a +2 bonus to AC and has advantage on dexterity saving throws.
Longstrider.
It gains an additional action on each of its turns. I think that haste is more accurate because you do attack faster when you have the flea brew going off. Like, you do physically attack faster. That action can be used only to take the attack, one weapon attack, only dash and disengage, hide, and use an object. Yep, that's basically 1-to-1 what I'm doing. Flea brew is haste. It's just the haste. Which is extraordinarily strong. 10 shell shards. What's the maximum amount of shell shards? Like, half of them shouldn't be 10. Obviously, I'm gonna need to go back and, like, fix everything, but... What did we say that you have at max? Silk tool pouch. You start off with 20, and you get 5 more when you hit 4th, 8th, 12th, and 16th, for a maximum of, what is that?
Last 3 turns.
40 shell shards, total. So I'm probably gonna reduce a lot of these by a lot. Lasts for 3 turns? Yeah. Libru, is that not already built into it? I thought that was already built in. Till the spell ends. What is... yeah. Duration up to 1 minute. Holy cow, no. Wait a minute. No, this... I'm an idiot. Haste. potion. 5e. Potion of speed. I'm writing the potion of speed. That's all I'm doing. When you drink this, you gain the effects of the haste spell for 1 minute. The potion's yellow fluid is streaked with black swirls on its own. This is exactly just the potion of speed. Fleet Brew is just the potion of speed from D&D. I think, except for that, I think the potion causes lethargy. It makes you lethargic afterwards, where you actually get affected by the slowness spell afterward, which is really messed up. If I remember correctly. I think it does, I'm pretty sure. No, or is that just in Baldur's Gate or something? I don't remember. I just remember that being a thing. Or is that the haste spell that does that? Okay, yeah. When the spell ends, the target can't move or take actions until after
Just
its
in
next
Baldur's
turn.
Gate.
Yeah, it's just the spell. When the spell ends, the target can't move or take actions until after its next turn, as a wave of lethargy sweeps over it. So this one will last for 3 turns and won't give you lethargy. Lethargy? I don't know how to... I know how the word is pronounced in my head, but for some reason when I try to pronounce it, it's like the emphasis is getting weird. Lasts 3 turns. So it'll last for 3 turns. How about this? How about this instead? It lasts... So... let's change this to as a bonus action. As a bonus action, the target's speed is doubled. Blah, 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 all that other stuff. And it can make an extra attack, it can do dash, disengage, hide, all this other stuff, and it doesn't last 3 turns, it's 1 turn. And so, like, you get 1 really good turn for every flea brew you use. I'm gonna make them cheaper because they're only 1 turn. Let's say they're like 4 shell shards. And you can only hold a maximum. I haven't put this into any of them, but they're all gonna have, you can only have like max of 3 or something. So it's still 3 turns. You'll have to spend the shell shards to get all 3, and then like you can choose which 3 turns those will be. I think that makes it a little bit better. And there's no lethargy afterwards. I think I said that one correctly. Lethargy. Okay, good. Needle file. As an attack.
Except for the
action.
plasmium file.
Except for the plasmium file? What do you mean, except for the plasmium file? Oh, you mean as like you only get a max of so many, except for the plasmium file? If you get to... I'm gonna rewrite this a little bit too. If you get to 15 temp HP, and not or more, you can, your temp HP stops going up. So it stops stacking. But you can regain 1 temp HP per round at the start of your turn to a maximum of 15 until you run out of temp HP. So you can't go higher than 15 temp HP with this. I feel like that's fair since you're regenerating it over time. That's going to make it slightly weaker, but it's fair. Fair is fair with that one. 7 shell shards. That's fine. Yeah, no max. Sure, I can, just so you could, if you want to,
really.
If you want to use them. That way, like, you can dump all of them into this to, like, get as much temp HP as you can. Doesn't, but this reference, doesn't it make it so, like, all of your HP becomes temp HP? Like, you regenerate all of your HP.
Yes.
Okay. I did write that. I know I wrote that into existence. Oh, good. It's already here. Hive Blood. While wearing this ring at the start of each turn, you will regain up to 10 hit points that were lost since the end of your last turn. You cannot regain hit points that were lost. So, like, I do have a regeneration rules that I wrote for this. So that's, like, and it has, like, all of these things that make it fair. Like, you can't regenerate more than a certain amount of HP per round, and it can only regenerate health that you lost in the last round. And I can also combine that with Yoni's Blessing, which is the target of the spell.
Get rid of the temporary HP and regain 10 horsepower every turn until long rest.
Hey, text-to-speech. I saw what you did there. Get rid of the temp HP and regain 10 HP every turn until long rest? No, that feels too strong. Feels really strong. But, like, is it any worse than Yoni's Blessing? Oh no, not Yoni's Blessing. If it's written in the same way this
5
is written.
horsepower.
If it's written in the same way Hive Blood is, which is how I'm gonna write it, then yes. Alright, here. If you get... So, alright, so if you get 15 temp HP, we're going back to or more. You will...
Or until you get down.
The effects of... I'm gonna be so lazy with this. You will gain the effects of... What was it? The Hive Blood item. Gain the effects of the Hive Blood item. See Charm video. Okay. So that's gonna be how that works, I guess. The regeneration will only work for 10 HP instead of... Yeah, I think that's how... I'm pretty sure that this is only... You regain up to 10 hit points. So that's how that works. I like that. 10 hit points that were lost since the end of your last turn. You cannot regain your hit points that were lost before the end of your last turn using this item. This item will not heal you when you are reduced to 0 hit points. For example, if you have 20 hit points and take 15 damage, reducing you to 5 hit points total in one round, then you, at the start of your next turn, you will heal 10 back up to 15 hit points. If in the next round of combat you take 5 damage, reducing you down to 10 hit points, then at the start of your next turn, you will only heal 5, setting you back up to 15 points total. It took me so long to word these two paragraphs, so it would be to explain the item in a way that's like, this is how this item balances. It does not balance if you're just healing nonstop from all damage all the time. Regeneration in D&D is insanely overpowered. So I don't want it.
It took so long to understand it.
I'm sorry. I tried my best. I feel like the way I described it in the video was good. I thought I did a good job with it, but I'm sorry if it wasn't. It's easier for me to write an explanation and say that it's good because I already understand how the ability works. It's really difficult for me to teach that understanding to others.
You did.
And
It was just a lot.
yeah, it's a lot to read. It's 2 paragraphs of explanation. And I think the animations I did for the video helped with that. Like the barbarian getting shot and exploded while it was happening helped get the point across a little bit. I hope it did. I didn't get very many questions about it from the video, so I assume that most people either are not going to use it, or they understand it well enough to use it. Or they just don't want to ask about it, and they'll run it however they see fit. Right. Needle file. As an attack action, you can use the needle file to... okay. How do I want to word? I'm wording this weird. When you hit a target with the needle file as an attack action, you will deal... I don't know. I don't think it does that much damage. We'll say like 1d6
Make sure to include
piercing.
the long rest part in the plasmium file, cause it goes away once Hornet rests.
Good point. You'll gain the effects of the hive blood item until you take a long... Do I want to be extra mean and say long or short rest? I kind of do. It is health regeneration. Long or short rest. Obviously, people at their own tables can decide to veto the short rest part of it, but it's health regeneration. And technically, sitting at a bench in Silksong, I would describe as having a short rest. So that's how I'm going to describe it for now. We'll see if that changes when I get to the actual stat block. When you hit a target with the needle file as an attack action, you deal 1d6 piercing damage. Additionally, that target won't be able to recover hit points for, I don't know, 1 minute. If I say 1 minute, then that's basically just the rest of the combat. If I say 1 round, that feels a little underwhelming. How about this? Let's say 1d4 plus 1 rounds. So max 5, half a minute, minimum 2. 2 rounds with losing the ability to heal for 2 rounds is still pretty drastic. I like that. That's a good way to word that. And we'll say that to make one of these... do I want... This is another one of the weird red items that are permanent. Like, you build it and then it's yours. So you just have it. So... what? Or you don't even build it. Somebody gives it to you. Like the doctor guy, or not doctor, scientist man, gives you this item and then you use
1
it.
minute's fine, because most
specific
enemies
stuff.
don't have regen, cause like you said, regen is broken.
It's not regen. It makes it so creatures can't heal. So that means no healing spells. That means no healing potions. That means, like, whatever you're fighting, their hit points are stuck where they're at, or can only go down, which is very scary. And regen, Tarask, obviously nobody's going to fight the Tarask anytime soon
Most
in a game.
creatures
but
don't have healing spells.
every creature has a healing spell if you give it to them. I like to think, I like to think about that sometimes of like, yeah, you could make the most broken build ever. I could, as a DM, I could take your most broken build and just put it on a dragon. Like, I could make anything that's too strong for you to fight by just taking your exact build and putting it on a dragon. And to that, extreme, I can give any spell I want to as an ability, as a magical ability. Let's say there's a bear in the woods, and that bear, like many other humanoids in the game, was just born a sorcerer. It has an innate connection with magic. So and I just decided to give it cleric spells because I thought it would be funny. Like, you can make any excuse to give anything healing spells. Like, I feel like the monster manual doesn't go into this enough. Any creature with a
I like the background, by the way.
Thank you. Any creature with a high enough intelligence or wisdom can have access to, like, wizard or cleric spells. Dragons used to, by default, have be like 10th level wizard or clerics. Like, in their stat blocks, it used to say that all dragons, as a default, are either a 10th level wizard or a 10th level cleric. You get to choose which. It's only in 5th edition where they kind of got rid of adding spell lists to every monster. But when I run my games, I still give spell lists to monsters. So this, I guess what I'm saying is, this item, the needle file, is very useful for some DMs and not useful for others. It just depends on what your game is like, and people can decide if this is worth it to them for their game. If their DM doesn't ever use creatures with healing spells or regen, then they shouldn't pick it. But giving them the option to like take away healing spells and potions and regeneration from creatures is it's just very cool. And I think it's important to remember that just because this is a red tool for the class doesn't mean that the DM cannot give this item to one of their monsters. This is technically an item. This is technically an item that you can just have and use. So, giving this to a bear would be terrifying.
The PvP options are endless.
Not necessarily player versus player, but like dungeon masters just giving the needle file to whatever they want. So, like, a bear with a needle file hits your barbarian, and the barbarian is like, oh, I'm starting to get low. I need some hit points. And then the cleric goes to heal him and is like, oh, sorry, didn't work. That is if you don't want to tell your players what's happening. You could also just say, oh, you're immune to healing effects for the next 3 rounds. Good luck. I think that's important to remember.
It's just that I like making players fight each other.
I hate making players fight each other. I've had some tables where it's like, you guys can fight each other and won't get mad at each other in the real world. I've had some tables where it's like, you're not allowed to do PvP because I know you people, and if you try to do PvP, you're going to take it personally, and I'm not dealing with the interpersonal conflicts of that. We're not doing PvP. It just depends on the table. I normally lean against doing PvP, and I tell my players that all the time. It's like, if you talk about it beforehand and you run it by me first, then absolutely go for it, but otherwise, no PvP. No attacking each other. And for my tables, that's just been a good rule. It's gotten me through a lot of good games. What was I doing? Ah, right. Shell shards. How much should this cost? Needle file should cost... That's right, I was talking about how it's not an item that you spend shell shards on in-game. It's just an item that you have access to. It's like the empty version of the plasmium file. How do I want to do this? Because I don't want to make it just its own weapon, because that makes it too strong. No, I'll just make it cost shell shards for now, and I'll come up with something else later. We'll say it costs, I don't know, like 10 shell shards, because everything costs 10 shell shards. And that's it. That's all the red tools. We're done, and it only took 3.5 hours. Oh my goodness, that took forever. Oh no, we have to write the silk skills. Oh no. not you.
Make it a weapon, but you have to use a turn to charge it.
You have to use a turn to charge it? That's an interesting thing to do. So, like... Oh, whoops, didn't mean to do that. Let's say... How do I want to describe this? What? Why does that keep going down? Okay, there. Okay. Wording,
Like
wording.
no action or bonus action.
Like no action or bonus. I hear what you're saying. I'm just saying. Well, you'd need to use an action to start it. It's almost like this is a ritual spell, but you with a range of melee. You know what I mean? And the ritual takes 1 round to complete. Ritual that takes 1 round to
Pretty much.
complete with a range of melee. That's not how it's going to be described on the page, but this will give me... This information will let me know how I want to describe it. Like, I'll basically just go into a ritual spell and just copy-paste whatever it says that's applicable to this. Takes 1 full round to complete. So, like, it should still cost an action to start it. Like, you spend an action, and then on the start of your next turn, it goes off. So, basically... So, would that be 2 actions, then? As an action, start a ritual that takes 1 round to complete with
Total.
a range of melee. Costs and action when completed. So 2 actions total, and what it does is it deals 1d6 piercing damage, and if it's going to cost 2 actions, I at least want it to be 2 dice of damage. 2d6 piercing damage. Additionally, the target won't be able to recover hit points for 1d4 plus 1 rounds. What's very interesting about this, actually, I just thought of. So, I'm going to delete this and what I'm about to write in a second, but actually, what if crit? Because when you crit, the rule that most people use is they double the dice. Like, they roll the dice, and then they double it. So would you double the 1d4 rounds, too, if you rolled a crit? I'm pretty sure each table is going to play that differently. Like, they're going to come up with their own rules for it, but that is really funny to think about. Of like, oh, you crit, you're going to do 46 piercing damage.
No, it's a stats affect.
And then everything else after that is like, oh shoot, you don't get to heal for a minute. No, it's a stat effect. That's how you would play it. I'm not going to write it in either way, but each table I just is probably going to think about that when it happens. At least when you do crit with this, which will inevitably happen eventually.
They don't get counted under the crits.
I know under normal circumstances, but we're playing a game, and people are going to be like, oh, shoot, I crit, can I do it for another d4 rounds? Can I take their hit point recovery away? And I, as a DM, if a player asked me that, would 100% say, yeah, sure, whatever. Unless it was special circumstances. If I wanted the fight to be challenging, then I wouldn't allow it. If I didn't care, if it was just like a random encounter that we rolled for, I would be like, yeah, sure, whatever. It's fine. Silk skills. Oh boy. Silk skills are... I unfortunately forgot to put in the
Seems
thing.
good.
Alright. Copy that. Paste it over here. There we go. Alright, so these are all the silk skills. Oh no. We're basically going to do the same exact thing we did for the others for these. Because I forgot to put them in. I'm a fool. This stream is probably going to be like the most samey it's going to feel for any of the other ones, because realistically, for the next stream, I could probably finish the rough draft. All things considered, like there's still a lot to write, but the red tools plus silk skills is just so much. It's like the bulk of what the class is about. Alright, silk skills, the secondary spell list that you have access to. Get rid of that, that doesn't make sense. So, silk spear, thrown needle. Probably gonna be just a line attack, dealing radiant damage.
That's what level 1 and 2 should be about.
Yes. Yeah, honestly, getting all the details finalized here is going to make writing the first, second, and third draft so much faster, too. But first and second level tend to just be the bulkiest. The only issue with this in particular is that I need to write unique spell-like abilities. Like, a lot of unique spell-like abilities for it. And a lot of them aren't even unique. A lot of them are copy-pasted. This is a spell that you just get access to. Good job.
Will the silk skills be like cantrips?
The silk skills will be... They will cost a resource, so they are going to be more powerful than cantrips. They are going to be dependent on your level, I think. I decided on at some point. So Silk Spear, Thread Storm, and Cross Stitch can be level 2, and then the other 3 can be level, I don't know.
Like grow with your level.
10 or something. Yeah, exactly. They're going to grow with your level, and you will get access to the different ones at different levels. First 3 at the second level, the last 3 at a different level. I might replace something with that, because there's some of these that I just don't like very much. Like, Cling Grip and Claw Line are going to be very fun, I think, because it's like the Spider-Man level. Like, you gain essentially a Spider-Man web, and, like, swinging ability, and a Spider-Man climbing ability. But at level 7, it feels like it could be better. You know what I mean? But also, do I want the next 3 spells to come out at level 7? Do I want it to be at a higher level? Do I want to get rid of Vestacrest and have the Vestacrest be a part of subclasses or something? Do I want to get rid of Faydown Cloak and just say, no, you can't fly, instead you get 3 more spells? Honestly, that sounds better, but we'll see. We'll see what happens. This will be a line attack dealing radiant damage? Radiant and piercing, more piercing. Radiant and piercing damage makes sense to me. Because you're using the silk, right? That's where the radiant power is coming from, but it's attached to your weapon.
Yay, piercing damage.
Do I want it to be a line attack? Throw your melee weapon as a line attack, dealing radiant and not piercing, but radiant and normal damage. I know you just went yay piercing, but normal being like whatever that weapon's normal ability is. Because you're not necessarily throwing a needle spear with this. You're throwing whatever weapon you have. Because what if you have a hammer instead? All this ability does is it attaches a string to your weapon so you can throw it, and it deals a massive amount of magical damage on top of that. Like you've woven in the weave of magic into your attack with your silk abilities.
Piercing or bludgeoning.
Yeah, I wrote it as normal, but piercing, bludgeoning, or slashing, like, because you can throw battle axes too. And normal weapon damage. I feel like that's pretty good. And it could cost, I don't know, you're at level 2, so you need to be able to afford it. Let's say 3 silk spool at first, and we'll see if I change that later on. Again, this is probably gonna just be... Oh, it's a different picture now. But... no, wait. No, it's in Photoshop. This is probably gonna be written in this format. God, there's gonna be so many spell formats for this class. Oh, it's gonna be so many more pages than I usually write. It's just gonna be... Like, I'm gonna write all of the class stuff, and then at the very back of it, it's just gonna have, these are your silk skills, these are your red tools. Probably. And so you can flip to the back of your class to figure out what you want to do for those. Threadstorm is an AoE that deal... I don't know, you wrap the silken weave... Not wrap, you whip the silken weave all around.
When my players play this, I'm doing a Ooze Monster campaign.
Ooze Monster campaign. The Ooze Monster campaign. Oh my gosh. That reminds me, for whatever reason, I have no idea how I'm going to write the Void, like, as a creature, for both Hollow Knight and Silksong, because it's different. It's mechanically different for both. Like, for Hollow Knight, the Void, like, you put, the Pale King put his egg in the Void, and it spat out a bunch of normal seeming siblings, and then when they died, they became like these weird ghost things. But in Silksong, the Void actively seeks out living creatures and turns them into like a hive mind monster that has like this gross, like bladed, serrated ooze that spills out of them. That's why it reminded me of this. But it's like so different between the two. But I love the way it works in Silksong. This is gonna be a weird reference that I don't know if you've ever heard of. But it's my favorite D&D podcast is called D&D's for Nerds by Sanspans Radio. They're an Australian not radio network, but podcast network that just makes a large variety of things, and one of the things they make is a D&D podcast. D&D is for Nerds. Great. They have a campaign called The State of Grace. One of the players' old characters got eaten by... Make
it like the Greek gods, where if you give it a good sacrifice, it will leave you alone.
Maybe. But I'm basically going to take what they did for one of their campaigns and make it into the Void. Because I really like the way they did it, and it basically fits the Silksong version of the Void really, really well. Where, like, one of the player characters got eaten by a black ooze thing. Not black ooze as in, like, the monster, but as in, like, a black ooze far worlds creature that's like this weird multi-dimensional thing that just takes over the minds of a bunch of creatures and becomes a hive mind between them with the sole purpose of spreading. And the player character that got taken over by this thing came back as a villain, still played by that player. And it was such a cool moment. A bit of spoilers for the podcast, but essentially they have an intro for one of their podcasts that's like, I don't know how to describe it. You just have to watch it. It's called, like, The State of Grace is the name of that season. You have to, like, just watch the intro for it. Because it's, like, just him describing what his life is like. It's like, a rogue, watching the streets, looking for their next victim, blink. A cleric healing the soldiers, listening in on their battle plans, blink. A teacher, influencing the youth of the country, giving them ideas, blink. A general, commanding forces, leaving weak points, blink. And it's just like them going through all of these different scenarios, and it's revealed that all of them are infected by the black ooze creature. And it's like, this is like my hive mind. I'm controlling each of them. What was the phrase they used? It was so cool. It was 2,000 eyes, 1,000 plans, 2,000 eyes, each requiring a personal touch. Each requiring a personal touch. It was amazing writing. Love their work. Keep it up. They'll never watch my stream, but it's I love D&D's for Nerds. It's so good. A lot of my DMing is inspired by theirs. I went on a rant. Okay, back to work. Back to the game. You will silk and weave all around you. Slashing out. How about this? You whip silk and weave all around you. In thin slashing, I don't know, strands. I don't know how. I'm getting too into like the lore, not lore, but the flavor text of it. You whip silk and weave all around you in thin slashing strands. Dealing radiant
and slashing damage.
I don't know if this is going to be two types of damage. It's probably just going to be radiant. Dealing radiant damage to each creature of your choice, or just each creature? I'm thinking just each creature. Each creature within, let's say, 5 feet of you. We're back at level 2, so like I know I was getting a little crazy with this stuff, but that's fine. We're back in the early game now. Each creature within 5 feet of you. I'm not going to go into how much radiant damage. It'll probably be a lot for level 2. It'll probably be like 3d8 or something crazy. I mean, maybe not that much. Yeah, no, 3d8 is pretty normal for a spell. For a spell of that level, of level 1. 2d8, 3d8, somewhere around there. Yeah, I'll put it as 2d8 for now. And we'll say this one costs... I don't know. I don't know how much this should cost. Let's say... We'll keep it at 3 for now.
Inflict wound deals 3d10.
Inflicting a wound deals... Oh, you're right. You're absolutely right. We'll do 3d8. I'm keeping it at d8 because it's an area of effect. That's... area of effect, that means you can just target way more creatures with it than the one target ability of Inflict Wounds. Inflict Wounds is so strong because it's a touch spell that can only target one creature. So I think that's the excuse that Wizards of the Coast used when they were writing that.
Costs 5 silk.
5 silk. I'll increase it to 5. I can see that. I don't see, like, this class isn't going to be the type of class to be surrounded by enemies very often, or if they are, they're in a really bad situation. 5 silk spool. Cross Stitch. So this is counter ability. This is similar to... What is it called? My brain is going Armor of Agathis, but that's not at all the same thing. I know it's a Warlock spell, so let's go into Warlock. Does it have fire in the name? No, it doesn't. Flame? Slam. No.
Counter.
Green Flame Blade, Investiture Flame, Negative Energy Flood. Counter? Is counter a spell? Or counter spell is a spell. But, no, what is it? It's a warlock spell. I know it's a cantrip. Let me put it in as cantrip, filter, booming blade, chill touch, create bonfire, Eldritch blast, green flame blade, infestation. Where the heck is it? It's a level 1 spell. What am I talking about? Filter. Hellish Rebuke. There it is. Okay. Hellish Rebuke. You point your finger at a creature that damaged you. Is momentarily surrounded by hellish flames. The creature must make a dexterity saving throw. It takes 2d10 fire damage on a failed save, or half as much on a successful one. So, it only activates when a creature damages you, specifically. But it's essentially just like a counter thing. Like, if somebody attacks you, you get to burn them back. So, the way I want to do cross-stitch is slightly different. I don't want it to be like, if you take a damage, I want it to be if... Because what cross-stitch does is it negates damage, right? Like, it counters, like how you would counter something in Smash Brothers. It, like, completely gets rid of the attack. So how about this? When a creature makes a melee attack roll against you, you can cause the attack to miss and make a melee. Oh my god, I can't spell. And make a melee attack of your own instead. And this will cost... This should be a roll of some kind to make it work, right? So let's say when a creature makes a melee attack roll against you, your AC in... You can make your AC, like, I don't know, 3 points higher? Higher. And if the attack misses. If the attack misses, you can make a melee attack of your own instead. I think that's good. I think that's fair. It doesn't make it ridiculously overpowered.
You can add +3 to your AC is how I would write it.
Yeah. I was kind of... I'm not really worried about the wording just yet, but that is a very poor way to word it on my part. For what I did do. AC 3 points higher. What the heck? That's not D&D lingo at all. When a creature makes a melee attack roll against you, as a reaction, you can increase your AC by 3. And if the attack misses, you can make a melee attack of your own instead. Perfect. Good to go. This should cost, I don't know, infinity. Silk Spool. Now, it should cost... We'll call it 5 for now, and I'll worry about balancing that later. I don't even know why I'm bothering to write how much things cost. I'm not going to use any of these numbers, or if I do,
2 or
it's by
3.
happenstance, not because I planned it out. It does cost a reaction to use it, so you're not going to be using it all the time. It only works on melee attacks, so it's not like you're going to be negating damage all the time on every little thing. Yeah, I agree, too. That was me, like, trying to convince myself, essentially. 2, because... Alright, so here's the problem I'm running into, right? You start with 9 silk, and you gain 1 every odd number level. So at level 5, you'll have 11, level 7, you'll have 12 silk spools, level 9, you'll have 13, and so on and so forth. I need a silk, something to cost 1 silk. I need something to cost 1 silk so that you don't have extra silk just lying around. It needs to be something useful enough that you'll be happy to use that last silk on something, too. Like, I need something to cost 1 silk, but I haven't written anything that's good for that. Oh, I just thought of something that's good for that. Bind. We're rewriting bind. Alright, so. No, this doesn't work either. No, this would be bad. This would be a bad rewrite. I was gonna write it like, bind cost 1 silk, and you gain 1 HP for every silk, and you gain 1 HP for every silk you use. So, as a bonus action, you could use all 9 silk and gain 9 HP, or you could use 1 silk and gain 1 HP. But that doesn't work because then you get 9 uses of your, whatever your bind ability is at level 3. Oh, but I fixed it. I fixed it in my head. So, in order to use a bind ability, you need to use a minimum of 5 silk to heal yourself. Done. Fixed it. Cool. Perfect. So that means that this spell doesn't improve or anything over time. It just is a thing.
Seems good.
It seems good. It means that you're not going to be able to heal nearly as well. That means maximum at level 20 you can heal 18 hit points, which is a lot of health. Granted, it's like more health than you would get from like a healing potion. Like a lot from most healing potions. I think like the high-end healing potions might get you above 18, if I remember correctly. But like you still have to roll for it. Nothing is guaranteed higher than 18. I think. I'm definitely wrong about that. Don't quote me on that. Alright, so let's say at the cost of 1... let's not make it red. No, go away.
Guaranteed 18 hit points, it really good.
Yeah, it feels very similar to the Paladin Lay on Hands ability, except you can only use it on yourself. At the cost of 1 silk spool, you can regain... that's a bad way to word it. As a bonus action, you can regain hit points equal to the amount of silk expended. So, you can heal up to 9, and at level 1, which makes... Honestly, it makes the bind ability amazing at level 1, but it's gonna get a lot weaker as time goes on. Which means I can get rid of this, and I can get rid of this. To use your rest bind abilities, abilities, you must expend a minimum of 5 silk? Question mark? I feel like that's good. Because that gives you 2 uses at level 3 of it, maximum, and then you get 3 uses at level 13. And then you never get 4 uses of it. That's it. 3 uses total is still pretty good. Ust to you too. I don't know what that means. Oh, wait. I wrote Ust. To use your Crestbind abilities, you must expend a minimum of 5 silk spool. There we go. Perfect. That's fixed. Okay. Back down we go. Scrolling. Sorry if that's making anybody dizzy or sick or something. Cross-stitch counter. That one works. Sharp Dart. Sharp Dart is the Sharp Shadow ability, right? Like it's... Which, again, I already wrote rules for, which is convenient. Where the heck is Sharp Shadow in all this? Here, let me view extra large icons. Make it a little easier for myself to see what charms are and everything. Where the heck is Sharp Shadow? Oh, it's in page 5. Perfect. It's already open. So, Sharp Shadow. Briefly shrouded in shadow, you teleport up to 10 feet to an unoccupied space. You can see if there are any creatures between where you teleported from and where you teleported to. They must make a dexterity saving throw against your spell save DC. On a failure, they take 1d6 slashing damage. The spell's damage increases by 1d6 when you reach 5th level, 11th level, and 17th level. So this is basically exactly what that ability does, right? It's... Sharp Dart is that. That's all it does. Except it's not a teleport anymore, really. You are dashing through them. It's not a teleport in Hollow Knight either, but the best way to describe it is as a teleport. So I'm probably just going to do Sharp Shadow spell see charms video. Audio. Video. Okay. Is that 2 words? It might not be, but it doesn't matter. Sharp Shadow spells, see charms video. 1-to-1, I could just give the Sharp Shadow ability here. Honestly, it works. It works well. I wrote the spell myself, so it doesn't feel like I'm copying something wholesale that I shouldn't be. Like, I'm not just taking a pre-existing D&D ability and putting it and just reclaiming it as my own. It's something I made. Unlike a lot of the other red tools that I just absolutely
Never mind, now I'm the
wholesale.
only one here.
Now you're the only one. Oh, that's fine. Again, it's fine if other people either can't or don't want to listen to somebody talk about made-up D&D rules for 4 hours. It's a big ask. Alright, Rune Rage. What the heck do I do with Rune Rage? Pure Nails is going to be so much... I'm going to do Pure Nails first. Pure Nails is basically Magic Missile, except way stronger in terms of damage. It just makes giant nails that target enemies and attack them for you. Actually, it's less like Magic Missile and more like... what is it? Elden Ring Summon Swords spell. Carrion Sorcery. It's like those things. If I go into images, it's like these abilities where you just kind of like you spawn them around you, and then you can walk
cast
around.
50 caliber magic missile.
Exactly. But it feels like this. Like if you've ever played Elden Ring, like you just spawn a bunch of swords around you, and then you can walk around with them. And after a bit of time, they fire on their own, or if you get close enough to an enemy, they automatically fire. So that's how I'm going to write them. How I'm going to write this ability. It's going to be basically a clone of this. And the reason I'm using Elden Ring as the base for it instead of Silksong, like I should be, is because Elden Ring is a fantasy 3D space game. It makes more sense in my head to, like, base it around this, even though they're the exact same ability. So, like, as an action, you create, I think it's 3, so you create 3, not spiritual weapons, because that's its own spell, but 3 silk weapon. 3 silken spears. Or silk, I'm just gonna call it silk nails that float above, that float around.
Like I said like an hour ago, it's your class, you don't have to explain yourself.
I like explaining myself. The reason I'm explaining myself is so that it's for a big part, it's practice for when I'm writing the script for the YouTube video. It's, if I just go wholesale on, like, this is what I wrote, this is what it does, this is what I wrote, this is what it does, I find it far less fun for me to watch it on its own if it's just raw facts. If I can get a little bit of insight into how somebody came up with a design for something, then I'm way more interested in what they have to talk about. And so that's what I've based...
Fair enough.
That's what I've based my way of interacting with this channel around, is, like, let me explain everything about what I'm doing and how I got to the place I'm getting to. I tend to over-explain myself anyway, so it's natural for me to do it, but I'm not doing it because I'm trying to justify myself to you. I'm doing it because I would enjoy hearing how somebody else came to a conclusion. I'm over-explaining right now. As an action, you create 3 silk nails that float around you. That float around you. That float around you for, let's say, for 1 minute. For 1 minute. So it costs an action to create the 3 silk nails, right? What do we want to do to activate them? Should it be automatic, like when you get within 30 feet of any hostile creature, then the nails will just know that they're hostile and they target them and attack on their own without your say-so? So, like, if you're trying to sneak up on somebody, you can't, basically. Like, it will attack them without your consent. Or do I want it to be like, then, as a bonus action or as another action, you can target any creature with 1 or all of your
make sure it says within
nails.
your 5 feet, because it can mess up teleport spells. Also, bonus action.
Does it mess up?
Well, this is just flavor text, essentially. Like, it doesn't, like, float around you doesn't need to be specified in any way, because that's just giving the picture of it in the player's head, right? It's kind of implied that it's within 5 feet of you. It's not affecting the battle, like, the space of the battlefield at all, I guess. And because it's not, I'm not going to specify that it is within a space on the battlefield. I'm just gonna throw out, like, yeah, they're around you, and that's it. Make sure it's...
Okay.
Also, bonus action. Yes. Bonus action to use them, and it's not automatic. I kind of like the idea of it being automatic. Like, if a creature is hostile toward you, like, you can pre-cast it before a fight begins, but then once you pre-cast it, it's like, well, then, like, I like the idea of this being a very powerful attack, but like, it'll do a ton of damage, but you don't get to control where it targets. So a particularly clever enemy might be able to, like, summon a familiar really quickly and just say, hey, or actually, I think find familiar is like a 10-minute process. Doesn't matter. They can throw in their crow into the fray and make the attack target the crow instead.
That would be mad funny.
Yes. Obviously, I don't think that's going to happen in every single fight. 9 times out of 10, it will work. It will target the creature you want it to target. I think most DMs will say, hey, all these creatures are equidistant to you, so you can just choose which one it attacks, or we'll roll a d4 and decide from which of these 4 creatures it attacks or something. Either way, like, this is not designed as a spell that you are using against a specific creature. It's designed as a spell that is generally useful to, like, get creatures off your back, or generally useful in a way that's like...
Closest creature of your choice.
You're just dealing damage. Closest... I might just make it random. I'm convincing myself to make it completely random. Right now. And the more I think about it, the more fun it is. As an action, you create 3 silk nails that float around you for 1 minute. If a hostile creature comes within, let's say, 30 feet of you, your pale nails will automatically target them at the start of your turn. At the start of your turn. So you're not attacking people outside your turn. Or should you be able to attack? Maybe that's the benefit of it. Like, let's say you see an enemy that's like 90 feet away, and you kind of have to you each have to spend a turn to dash at each other to get within melee range. If that's the case, you can spend that time casting this spell, and then when they get into range of it, they just get hit by it. If a hostile creature comes within 30 feet of you, your pale nails will automatically target them. So I'm gonna get rid of at the start of their turn. I might add it in back later when I'm writing things, but I like that. I really like that. Will automatically target them as a... I know this is... I was gonna say as a ranged spell attack, but that doesn't work because it's... that... Well, it could work. I'm gonna call it a ranged spell attack for now. As a ranged spell attack. So you are still rolling to hit them. Like, you're rolling to see if the attack hits them, you're just not the one aiming. The spell is aiming on its own, it's just using your spell casting ability modifier, like, as its thing. If that makes sense. Will automatically target them as a ranged spell attack. Dealing damage. Dealing, let's say... there's 3 of them, but this is also the last spell, so you're gonna get it later in the game. Let's call it... I was gonna say 3d10. Dealing 3d10... I might change things away from Radiant, too. I might, like, it might be more variety of spell type, damage types, but who knows? Probably not. Who knows? I don't know. I'm going back and forth in my head. Target them as a ranged spell attack, dealing 3d8...
4d10 piercing.
4d10 piercing. Of course. I'll put 4d10 piercing for you. Piercing. 4d10 piercing damage per hit. So, there's 3 of them.
Yeah.
That's 12d10 total. If multiple creatures are within range, then roll to decide. Roll to decide which creatures are targeted per silk nail. Perfect. I'm gonna rework the wording on a lot of this. I keep saying that over and over again, but that is good. Definitely gonna cost a lot though. It's gonna cost like I'm gonna go with 9 silk spool for now, and we'll see where I land on that later. That's expensive. You only get 18 total. That's real expensive. 6. I'm gonna go with 6, actually. But this one costs 5. This one feels way... I don't know. No, I'm standing by it. 9 silk spools for now. We'll see how I rework it later. Oh, and I almost forgot. Oh, I deleted the... Oh, dang it. I don't know what level... Give me 1 second.
So maxes can get a total of 24d10 to a single creature.
Yeah. No, more than that. More. Because, like I said before, they're gonna work like cantrips and increase in damage as you level up. Because you're getting this, probably I'm gonna put them at like level 13 or something. It's not gonna be as drastic of an increase in damage. It's still gonna do a ton, though. It's gonna hit like a truck. I don't need this anymore. Like, what levels do your cantrips improve at? Because that's what I was using before. 0, all the classes, filter. Alright, Acid Splash, what do you do? So, at 5th, 11th, and 17th. So, technically it would only do 1 additional damage, I guess.
Then you would want to unlock them earlier so the players can play with the increases.
Not necessarily. For the Hollow Knight class, I didn't do that. Like the, what was it? Oh, I should have just clicked Homebrew. Classes, Hollow Knight, pages, BNG. We'll open up, like, I think the first 3 pages. That's probably correct. So if I go into deep focus, no, not that one. So let's see here. Focus increases at 3rd, 7th, 11th, 15th, and 18th level. But if I go into like the Desolate Dive, you get that at 5th level. And I just rewrote it. I just got rid of the increase at... your choice grants you... blah, blah, blah. Oh, no, wait. What am I talking about? I was thinking of Bind, not Focus. Focus... I'm getting confused with what I chose for things. But... Desolate Dive you get at 5th level, and it increases at 11th and 17th level, right? Like, I accounted for the damage increase as if you had gotten Desolate Dive at the same time as the others. Howling Wraiths I did the same for. Like, I'm going to make it so that the spell, you're getting it at a later level, and it'll start off stronger than what it was before. And this ability, the ability of this spell, is inherently very strong. Which is why you're waiting to get access to it until a later level. If that makes sense. Because, like, Rune Rage, Sharp, Oh, what? Am I missing one? No, I'm not. Okay. Sharp Dart, Rune Rage, and Pale Nails are going to be the 3 you get later. And they're all more... maybe not Sharp Dart. Sharp Dart is not more powerful than Cross Stitch. Cross Stitch is, I think, way more powerful than Sharp Dart. I might swap the two, honestly, even though that's not the order you get them in the game. Thread Storm I could actually swap around too. But I don't want there to be, like... I want each spell to have its own separate use case. I want them to be unique enough to be like, alright, in this specific situation, Thread Storm is the best choice, but in this specific situation, Sharp Dart is the best choice, or something like that. This definitely needs a lot of work, and for me to figure out what levels you should get the spells at and how to differentiate them so that they're all not radiant damage that you can throw out, and whichever one does the most damage is the one you're always going to pick. Rune Rage, range of 120 feet. Pick like 9 points within range. Each creature within a point must make a, let's say, Dex save, because Dex is the most common save. Dex save. On a failure, they take, I don't know, like 1d8. But the thing about that is you can pick 9 points on one creature, dealing 9d8 points of damage. That's an insane single attack. That has to be later levels. That just has to be. And we'll say that you get to pick more points as you level up rather than increasing the die. We might start with like 7 and then increase it to 9 later. I think that makes more sense. Increases to 9. Later levels. Probably at 17th level. We'll see. And we'll start it at 7. So 78 at whatever level that I give this out at, and then it'll increase to the full 9 later. I know that's not how it works in Silksong. Silksong's damage calculation, frankly, is incomprehensible for a tabletop game. I physically cannot put the damage calculations accurately from one to the other. It would bog down gameplay in D&D way too much. I'm justifying something that nobody's going to argue with me about. Or maybe one person in the comments might mention it as a joke. But, like, essentially, if you don't know, Rune Rage is one of the worst defenders of it, but when you hit a creature with one attack that does, like, that has a chance to hit multiple times, the first attack deals the full damage, the second attack deals like half the damage, the third attack will deal a third, and so on and so forth.
Only allow up to 3 runes in one spot.
Only allow up to 3 runes in one spot? Why? Remember, you're probably going to get this at level 13. Your casters are dealing 8d6 at level 3. Like, I feel like this is, for a 13 level ability, this is fine. This is, like, as powerful as it needs to be. And it's super good at, it's super good at dealing with a group of creatures and also a single target. Because you can just pick all the same target. Like, I think that this is fine, as is. Like, let me think for a second. If I keep going to 13.
I thought it would be good as 9th level.
At 9th level? No, 9th level spells deal so much more damage than this. Holy cow. 9th level spells are scary. I've never cast a 9th level spell before. Let's see what 9th level looks like. Astral Projection, Blade of Disaster? What is Blade of Disaster? I don't know what that is. But let's go into... just an outright attack spell? Because Blade of Disaster seems like a summoning spell.
No 9th player level.
Oh, 9th... Oh, okay, I was gonna say. So, at 9th level, you would have access to spells of 5th level or higher, so... Or not 5th level or lower. So the Bigby's Hand is doing 4d8 force damage. Let's just go, like, if we go based off of the spells that are absolutely meant to... Let's just go with Fireball. Let's just go with Fireball, because that's going to be the simple one, and we'll calculate it as if it was cast as a 5th level spell. Fireball. Cast as a 5th level at 4th level or higher. The damage increases by 1d6 for each slot level above 3rd. So that's 1d6, 2d6, 3 extra d6, which means that it is 11d6 fire damage if we go into the dice calculator. 11d6 is on average 38.5 damage. What was mine? Like 9d8? Yeah. I keep clicking things I shouldn't be clicking. 9d8. 40. 40.5. What was it? Okay, 11d6. So it is a little bit higher. It's 2 points higher on average. Or 1 point. 1 point? No, 2 points. 2 points higher on average. It's still within the range of it. It's still within the range of the spell. So if we say... So, giving it at 9th level would be giving it out a little early. So if we gave it out at closer to a level 11 or 12, which doesn't make any sense because this is subclass and ability score improvement, which means level 13 is the next closest to it. Level 13 is a little bit late for it, and level 9 is a little early for it, and 11 and 12 just aren't... Yeah, they're not, like, possible to give out those sorts of things, because we're just doing other things for those spells, or for those levels, rather. I think 13 is what I'm going to stick with.
What about 10?
10? 10 is also 5th level spells. You just get another 5th level spell from level 10. So it's still going to be a little bit stronger than it should be at level 10. It's going to be a little weaker than it... I'd rather it be a little bit weaker than it should be at level 13 than a little bit stronger than it should be at level 10.
Seems good.
Because this is stronger than Fireball in the sense that it has a... You can hit any 9 targets you want, on the battlefield. Or any 7 targets you want until I increase it at level 17 to 9. But any 7 targets you want on the whole battlefield, they don't need to be grouped together, they don't need to be anything within 120 feet. That slight decrease in damage at the level you get it is so worth it. Because it's just better at doing more things. It's better at spreading damage out. I'll rewrite this to make it better as a spell description too. Like, you can only target creatures you can see and things like that. But I think that's all the spells. I think we did it. I think we're done. Oh my goodness, silk spells. I rushed that so bad. I'm gonna go to sleep tonight and be thinking about this stream, and then I'm gonna be like, oh no, I wrote Flea Brew wrong because of this one niche event where if you do something, if you have 2 actions, you can cast 80 spells or something crazy, and I need to write it in some weird way to account for that. And next stream, I guarantee you, there's going to be red text everywhere. And I'm going to explain why I did everything, because I like explaining things. It's going to be great. I like what we did with Bind. I like how we changed it. I'm definitely going to look at that and be like, oh no, this doesn't work for some reason. But I can't think of any reason why it doesn't work right now. Again, I mentioned it earlier in the stream. Those are like shower thoughts, or right before you go to bed thoughts, is when I usually come up with all the reasons why something doesn't work. And if I can't think of anything, or a reason why it doesn't work, that means it's pretty good. At least for me, it is. But it is past 8 o'clock. I need to eat food. I need to do my laundry. I have work tomorrow. I need to go. If anybody is watching this from the VODs, thank you for watching. Thank you for everybody who showed up live. I appreciate, even if you couldn't stay throughout the whole stream, I appreciate all of you so much. Thank you for helping me write this.
You're going to be thinking about how your skill monkey only really does piercing.
That's fine. Rogues usually only do piercing anyway. Generally. They have short swords that do slashing, but usually at least when I build a rogue, they're all like daggers and rapiers. And so they're always piercing anyway, and they're skill monkeys. It'll be fine. I'll rewrite things. I'll make it better. Because right now, I'm very close to original video game stuff. And really all I want to do is replicate the feeling of the game. So changing damage types around for specific tools and justifying it as like, oh, this is how I wrote this instead, because I didn't want everything to be piercing, I think people will understand that. I think people will see that and be happy with it. Because in Silksong, there's only like 3 types of damage.
Goodbye, Commander. The Knights of the Rose Table will be eagerly waiting for your next update.
I will be eagerly writing all of the projects that I have in mind. It'll be great. I have one project. It's so close to being done with the rough draft phase, and I'm about to start the page design phase of everything. And so that'll be up on the coffee page soon for early access stuff, so you can see the secret project I've been working on. I really hope people like it. It's been something I've been thinking about for a long time that isn't Hollow Knight related. It's something new that I wanted to do. But yeah, that'll be out hopefully by next weekend. We'll see. I might get busy, I might not. Adults' problems require adult solutions.
Is it Helldiver related?
No, I keep wanting to go back and replay Helldivers. I haven't played that game in like a year. It's been a long time. I'm not good enough at it anymore. Ben Kenobi just started playing Destiny 2. What was I saying? It's something else entirely. It's not even video game related. It's an entirely different type of media. I'm not going to say anything more about that, because if I talk about it too much, I will lose the motivation to write on it. Because brains are weird. Brains are dumb. You get the same chemical balance, whatever, joy in your brain for telling people about the thing that you're going to do without having to do it. So if you talk about things that you're going to do too much, you get that chemical that says that you did it, and then you lose the motivation to work on it. It sucks. It's terrible. The reason I'm good at...
Let's go, it's not related to video games.
Yeah. It's not related to video games. That's as far into it as I'm gonna get. Next weekend, hopefully I'll have it released on the coffee page, and even then I'm probably still not even gonna talk about it. You'll just have to look at the shop and see it, and then be like, oh, that's what he's working on. But yeah, look forward to that. It'll be cool, it'll be great, unless you don't like that media. We'll see. Then it'll be confusing and weird. That's everything. That's all the things.
Please at least make a community post.
A community post? Yes, absolutely. I'm bad at making those. I always forget. I'm a very forgetful man. It happens. But I will remember to do it because you just told me to. Unless I don't. Unless I forget. I won't forget, though. I never forget. I am so good at thinking. I'm not sleep deprived. Let's go. Let's do this. D&D. I'm rambling. Thank you all, everybody, for watching. I'll see you next time. Outro noises.
Bye, Commander.